2022. Madam Speaker, I withdraw this bill on the basis that the Government of National Unity, in our framework agreement with the United Kingdom for the implementation of the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry report, we agreed by June 30th to make the existing register of interests, which is only applicable to elected public officials, we agreed to make that public, along with penalties for not declaring interest on time. We also committed to contacting the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association to get information on how persons in the United Kingdom, elected officials in the United Kingdom, and otherwise declare their interests. That contact was made, and we were referred to the House of Commons. But that commitment was to give a certain amount of time for us to declare, to formulate a new system of declaring interests. And our framework agreement made a commitment to giving the time necessary to properly formulate a new system for registering interests. Madam Speaker, that is what we were prepared to do by June 30th. However, a new bill came to Cabinet, which was the day before the House, and that new bill was introduced here to the House of Assembly. But that bill was not what the Government of National Unity committed to. That new bill, in essence, was the new system for declaring and registering interests. And once members of the House of Assembly recognized that, we collectively agreed to recess the House. Contrary to the belief of some believe that one member's contribution is why the House was recessed. We collectively agreed for the House to recess. I then requested a meeting from the Deputy Governor, an extraordinary meeting with public officers. And we gave public officers an opportunity to raise their concerns with the proposed bill. In no uncertain terms, public servants made it clear that they had challenges with the bill and needed more time. I asked for public servants to put their concerns in writing and send it to me before this House session. I was written to by several public servants. I was written to directly by the Civil Service Association, whose president is Ms. Sasha Flax. And the Civil Service Association, among other things, requested more time to consider this new bill. And of course, I have been saying, and I'm serious about it, respecting the integrity of the democratic process, respecting the integrity of the legislative process, and giving the proper time for consideration of the public and even members who had not seen the bill with enough time. So having said that, Madam Speaker, it is the correct position to withdraw this bill and provide for the time for it to be properly consulted on, to consider other systems of registering interests and to determine what is best practice in the United Kingdom, what is the best practice in other Caribbean countries and other places in the world. And once that consultation is done, we will come back to the House and we will deliberate on a new Register of Interest Act that will have elected officials as well as other public servants who will have the opportunity to debate on the merits of them declaring and registering their interests in a way where we address some of the concerns we have about transparency, anti-corruption measures, etc., but in a way where we also safeguard persons' right to privacy, the protection of their data, and of course, considering their personal security, their need to be protected from unnecessary intrusion and embarrassment. That is the balance that we will have to strike, Madam Speaker, with this bill. And in order to strike the correct balance, we must consult with our people. So, Madam Speaker, I put this motion to the House for their support and approval. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable, go ahead, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Yes, I take note of the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with regards to the motion on the floor, this is what happens, Madam Speaker, when you dancing to the music of another drummer and not your own, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is what happens when the elephant is standing on your foot. Madam Speaker, this is what happens when you are not in control of your own destiny. Madam Speaker, the Commission of Inquiry report on the recommendation B2, it says, I recommend that a system of registration of interest is established that implements the requirements of the Constitution insofar as it requires the declaration and registration of interest by elected officials, giving clear guidance as to what must be disclosed and when, and has effective provisions involving sanctions where appropriate, to require compliance subject only to and restrictions that are truly necessary. The register should be open to public access. That's what the Premier just mentioned, Madam Speaker, that the Register of Interest require that the register be open to the public. Remember, Madam Speaker, the fact that they are asking for the register to be open to the public meant that this would be the first time that it's been open to the public. However, the same Commission of Inquiry came to the territory and took all the information from the register and divulged it to the public via Facebook, YouTube, local media, what have you. Not a single soul saw anything wrong with that. No one saw anything wrong with it. Even though, Madam Speaker, it was illegal. Madam Speaker, the Register of Interest recommendation B2 continue to say, I recommend that before the introduction of a registration of interest system designed to cover all persons in public life, a properly formulation and costed plan should be produced for the implementation of such a system, and a commitment made to ensure that it is and will continue to be funded and resourced so that the system is efficient and effective. Before, Madam Speaker, it says, I recommend that once the registration of interest system for members of the House of Assembly has been established, evaluated, and its extension costed, then consideration should be given to its extension to other public officials. This is all coming from the Commission of Inquiry, Madam Speaker, on an incremental basis. For example, the first tranche of public officers to be covered could be the most senior officers, such as the permanent secretaries, the financial secretary, and the cabinet secretary, parentheses, are those acting in such roles. The second tranche could be members of statutory boards and so on, until all public officers intended to be included are covered. Madam Speaker, since 2000 and when our register came into effect, 2006, there has been a register of interest for members of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. 2006. That's almost 20 years ago. Shy 3 years, three and a half. And everyone saw nothing wrong with that. Yeah, we are, a loose bunch, and it's good that somebody is being able to keep track on us. There was nothing wrong with it. Almost 20 years. Commission of Inquiry came, took the information that was supposed to be private, secret, at least that's what we signed up for at the time when we signed up, that your register will not be made public, only a high court judge and so on can be able to see the access to the register. And the register of interest came and they just went and made it public. Today now, Madam Speaker, same register of interest who asked that a new register be established and public officers be made a part of that register. And now something is wrong. The proverbial stuff hit the fan, Madam Speaker. It's just a matter of letting you know how it feels. Maybe now you have a second thought and you'll understand. So we brought the bill to the House. Who was responsible for drafting this bill, Madam Speaker? This bill didn't come from anyone in this room, where bills normally come from. This is a governor's bill. It's not our bill. So now the governor has brought a bill, or sent a bill to the House of Assembly with his public servants, where his civil servants has to divulge of their interest, register their interest. But I want you to note one thing, Madam Speaker, and I want the public to know this. In that bill, it excludes the governor. Everything is except the governor. So he's not in the bill. And now the public servants are asking that the members of the House of Assembly withhold the bill for further public consultation. So now who's going to consult whom? It's not our bill. It's your governor's bill. He's the head of the civil servants. Are you asking your governor to consult with you? Or is it because it is always our mandate, it's a mandate of this honorable House, Madam Speaker, that when a bill comes before the House, it gets its first reading, and before it gets its second and third reading, there is some form of consultation. Are we the ones going to consult with you? What are we going to tell you about your bill, your own bill? The bill is your governor's bill. What are we going to tell you about it? See, that's the problem with this legislature, because people don't know this. How many people ever heard that the governor has legislation that comes through this House, but he has to send it through one of the members of the cabinet? He should have done his consultation with his members, the public servant. But I think there's a whole lot more to this bill than just than just consultation. No, Madam Speaker. Public servants, if you look at what you have to declare, if you look at the things that you have to declare, a number of you will have serious consideration as to whether or not you should remain as a public servant or you want to declare this stuff. You would be amazed. The member for the 4th District got up in the House of Assembly 2 weeks ago and he started telling persons about the many things that has to be declared. But that was only a part of it. There's more to it than that. You having to declare is one thing, but having to declare the interests of those around you is another story. I've always contended, Madam Speaker, you're telling me that if I go and I ask one of those persons that I am supposed to declare, whose interest I'm supposed to declare, if I go and ask them certain questions and they refuse to answer me, that I should then resign as a member of the House of Assembly because I didn't declare their interest? I don't know what their interest is. How could I get it? There's got to be something in the law that tells me or that forces that individual to give me that interest, other than me having to vacate my seat because I couldn't get the interest of somebody. And public servants are going to find that to be the case. They're going to find it to be the case. Now the net is wider. We got about 3,000 public servants or something to that effect. It's a wider net now, Madam Speaker. First, it was just 13 of us had to declare. This pickle that we find ourselves in, we can get out of it. And we better find a way, we better get out of it. Because this is only the tip of the iceberg. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse, Madam Speaker, where people are coming dictating to you how you should live, what's best for you. This is a country, Madam Speaker, that came out of grant and aid. I heard, last time I heard, the mayor, was it 78? Came out of grant and aid 78. And everything you see around you, we built from the sweat of our own brows, Madam Speaker. We built. I was telling them last night, self, We were sitting there in the Ebenezer Thomas Primary School. I said, this thing was not here. It wasn't here. It's the Methodist Church when it was a single room that we went to school. Now you got a whole compound called Ebenezer Thomas Primary School. We built that from scratch with the sweat off our own brows, Madam Speaker. I remember going to secondary school where only 25 students were allowed in each year. 25, 23, 24, 25, Madam Speaker. I watched Laverty Stout build the comprehensive school where all and sundry could just walk into high school now. We moved from a population of 125 to 800 overnight. Madam Speaker, in 1968. We built that with the sweat from our own brow. Hospitals we built. Administration complex we built, our own money. We didn't get a dime from the United Kingdom government. And it's not going to change. So why continue to graduate with all these burdens that they're placing on you? It's not going to change. You're going to be, I'm talking to kids right now. I was at a graduation and I mentioned a high school graduation and I mentioned to them something about the Commission of Inquiry. And they were like, you know, why are you telling me this? I said, I'm telling you because you need to know. Right now at your age, you're probably 15, you're probably 16, 17. 16, 17, Madam Speaker. 50 years from now, from now, 50 years from now, when there'll be 68 or so, this thing will still be going on. Because I could remember when the member for the 9th District was a kid. And I was going to school and we would get dry milk. That was a big thing. These drums of powdered milk would come, and one day in the year they'll mix that dry milk and they give it to you. That was a big thing, coronation day, whatever you call it. You're not better off than me now. When you were a kid, and we're sitting here, look at us. Sitting here and only to know that we have a master somewhere out there. Come talking about, withdraw the bill. Okay, we're withdrawing the bill. The bill is coming back. And when it comes back, it's going to come back with probably more venom in it because people get a chance to think. When we bring a bill to this house, maybe in 2030, when you bring a bill to this house, let it be your own bill. Not somebody sending it to this house by you as a messenger. And then the people who is going to impact, asking you to withdraw it from the house. Madam Speaker, this is a prelude. I'm telling you right now, this is a prelude to what I'm going to be talking about in other business today. I think that where I stand right now, the entire BVI should be standing there. I had enough. We need to stop it. We need to grow up, take our own decisions. We're feeding ourselves already. If you're taking care, you're paying your own rent, paying your own electricity. Why do you need someone to tell you what time to come home or what time to leave? No, we don't need that, Madam Speaker. But the courtesy is being extended to those who wish for the bill to be withdrawn. Courtesy is being extended to those who wish to have consultation. I just hope, Madam Speaker, I just hope that this kind of thing that we are doing right now isn't going to be used against us as a pattern being developed for being late and meeting our deadlines with this Commission of Inquiry recommendations. I just hope this is probably our second go around on this. think the first one was to get the, what was the first one? This is the second deadline. What was the first one?
No, all during June ahead.
You made a series of deadlines already. This is the second one for the House. June 31st. Some things are so convoluted. It's not possible, Madam Speaker, for it to be done if they're so convoluted. When you look at the bill itself, Madam Speaker, there are penalties in the bill that are unconstitutional. It means that in the haste and overzealousness, people didn't coordinate the different arms of the law to make sure that one arm of the law isn't in violation of the other. Some things in the bill, Madam Speaker, for us to sit here and pass it, would be committing suicide. We'll be lynching ourselves and others. So we have to be careful. And I think we reached to the point where we had no choice but to withdraw the bill, Madam Speaker. There wasn't much choice. Unless you had gone through major surgery on the bill, which we're not prepared to do. But make no mistake about it, sooner or later, and as far as I see it, it's going to be sooner, a bill is going to come before this House that's going to include public servants and having to register their interests. It's going to happen. It's a recommendation of the Commission of Inquiry, and the governor's side has no reservations about making it happen. They're using us as a vessel to get it through. And we would be looking at the guys who impose this register of interest on them. It's not us. Again, I said it's not us. That's why I said stop being messengers for other people. It's going to happen. So, Madam Speaker, I would rest on that, and I'll wait until the opportunity comes in other business to do what I have to do otherwise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I now recognize Territorial Member Honorable Carvin Malone.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to stand in support of us withdrawing the Register of Interest 2022, and in so doing give an opportunity for the bill to go through the stages required in the system of governance that we have. But I could not, because the presentation I had would have taken 3 different parts, and the last being some of what you'll say. But I think it's very important that certain aspects of this are highlighted, because when the Commission of Inquiry was first presented in January of 2021, I had stated then that it was a done deal, a report, waiting for a few names and a few circumstances. Because, and as we go through certain aspects of it, I must state on record that, and in fact, what I did was, when I made my presentation on the 21st of June, I think it was, before the Commission of Inquiry, I stated that it would have been best presented as a review of governance over the 55 years, because from, I think, 67, if I'm not mistaken, 67 to now is 55 years, yes? So a review of governance, because it took into account a number of legislations that were passed in earlier years, and they were reviewing everything. This one here happens to be a 2006 report that have its challenges. But one of the things, because I asked for a bound copy of the report. There is an appendix, there's a volume 2 that deals with the appendices, and that itself is 936 pages. And kind office up at the House of Assembly, they say this guy is something else. The main document, I can't even say how many pages because they have it in different forms. The main documents. This report was landed about 18 hours after the arrest on the 28th of April. And on the 29th, it all came to us, and we were asked in a very short time to make some decisions on how these were implemented. So one of the questions I was going to try to answer is, why the haste? We'll come time and we'll do that at some other time. But it is important that I didn't get to go through all the stages, but in no time in my research have I seen where some of the concerns in governance was laid at the correct doorstep. Why do I say that? I say that because in the Constitution, Chapter 9, Section 112, Registration of Interests, it says that there shall be for the Virgin Islands a register of interest, which shall be maintained by a registrar, who shall be appointed and may be removed from office by the governor as acting in his or her discretion, meaning that this subject is under that of the governor. And this is why the member says that it is not our particular bill, is that of the governor. But nowhere in the report, I guess you have about 1,000, I think, because the AG had done a paper as to how many bits of documents had to be produced by the Office of the Attorney General. And we'll get to that because we still have a piece of the documents ready. Well, that must be brought forward because we paid for it. But the fact is that in this, it doesn't state there that there's no commitment from the governor or the deputy governor's office as to their particular responsibility. We had folks working in the office since 2006. But folks will love for you to believe that all of this started in 2019. All of this concept as to a commission of inquiry started because of activities between 2019 and 2021. Most of which was under lockdown because of the COVID. But the fact remained that I said in January 2021, it was a report waiting for a few names. There's nothing in the report that isn't there as a result of other activities. Cayman Islands, Standard in Public Life Act. It mirrors a lot of what is in there. Cayman Islands, Standard and Public Life Act. Turks and Caicos, Integrity Commission Ordinance. It mirrors a lot of what is in there. But as the member read, we had a number of suggestions, recommendations made, and A was a bit, B2, B3, B4, it spoke of a time frame for which some of this will come into effect. And as I'm saying, I stand in support of us getting it right because we have another step to make. But unless we get the confidence of governance of our people, by our people, we don't have that confidence right now. So we have to build it. We have to build it based on a number of the items that may well be presented in the Commission of Inquiry, because the recommendation speaks to transparency and accountability, but it leaves out some of the main actors. It omits some of the main actors. And if we need to be removed, well then those who kept it as a subject, then they must be questioned also. What were you doing all this time? We can't just come and question the Honorable Premier now as to whether or not he failed because something that was in from 2006 under your particular direction, you did nothing to correct it. Where's the proof? I stepped into cabinet in March of 2019. And it was a big joke back then, but it's not a joke now. When I looked on the walls and I searched around, I searched the 4 walls and I said, well, where are the red flags? AG, you weren't there at the time. It was, the former AG was there. Where are the red flags? Honorable Whitley, you don't remember this? Okay. Where are the red flags? Because we heard a whole lot mentioned about transparency and accountability and good governance and what was being done and not done and so forth. So I said, well, when I step in here, I would see some kind of paperwork that give some form of caution to whether it is the elected officials, whether it was the senior public officials, whether it was the statutory bodies, whether it was in terms of the protocol for effective financial management and some of the concerns that were being battered about. None of it. And all of a sudden, we have a presentation made in the House of Commons, in Parliament, concerning drug trafficking, arms rolling, accountability, all of this stuff embodied into a commission of inquiry, which the vagueness of it, because I'm on record of these things, there's nothing new. The vagueness of it lent to the support that of the concept that what attained in Turks and Caicos, what happened in Caymans, what was warned about by the persons coming on radio from Montserrat and the persons coming from other parts of the overseas territories, these seem to be embodied in this document that formed the Commission of Inquiry. And I could easily have said that this was a report waiting for a few details. So they only gave it 6 months because we can get all the facts, all the 6 months. With the brilliance of cabinet at the time, the firm of Withers was engaged. It could be a debate as to whether or not too much money was paid, whether it should be hired, yes or no. But I can tell you, if they weren't engaged, then the entire office of AG would have been overwhelmed. And it was intended so to do. It would have been totally overwhelmed. How many? 10,000? No, sorry. 200,000 documents, thereabouts. Between 150 and 200,000 documents, affidavits galore. Other documents had been produced. But one of the questions that will come to this House is, where's the report? We want the report. Because there are certain things in there which I would not have to come up here and then say. Because when we were trying to highlight some of the concerns of the approach of the Commission of Inquiry, we were told to box like Sugar Ray. Be smart. We're going to have a report which will then highlight some of the stuff. Don't say anything. Don't jeopardize the particular approach that we have. Let them have their way. So when are we going to have our day? They had their way and we cannot have our day. We need a report. We paid for it. If you have some outstanding balances, find the money, because it can't be that we have like that transaction way back then. No plane, no money, no flights. Now we have no report, no money. No, we need a report. A lot of documents were had. They did a fine job. If they weren't there, and I think the AG can back me up on this, if they weren't there, we would have been overwhelmed. And it would have been said that we are incapable of administering governance. So we need additional help to the ones we're going to get. So, Madam Speaker, we have to come to grip, because I've been accused. I've been accused of many things. One of them is the fact that I go and I tell riddles. I go and I give too much examples and don't get to the point. But the fact is, the point is here. The elephant, I heard honorable member for the third use one of them. The elephant is finally on a few toes. So everybody's shouting. Today is the civil servant. We have letters from the legal profession. We have letters from statutory board members. All of this is going to come in because the elephants start to rump. You know what is a biological solution for a roaring elephant? A little mouse. A little mouse take care of an elephant. He leaves the room. You have snakes. You know what's the biological solution for it? Anybody here know? A mongoose. You put a mongoose in a snake and you take care of business. We have to look beyond ourselves, because it was the late Franklin D. Roosevelt who says, there comes a time in the affairs of men when they must prepare to defend not their homes alone, but the tenets of faith and humanity on which their churches, their government, and the very foundations are set. The defense of religion, of democracy, and of good faith among nations is all the same fight. To save one, we must now make up our minds to save all. So at some point later, I would have to explain those various cows in the road, so we can then get a fuller understanding of this. This is one of them. This is only one. The Christian Council is writing concerning a private member's bill that is occurring up in the Parliament, and seeking to incorporate all of the overseas territories. That goes another cow. We're going to get all of them. We have the public registry. There goes another. We have a lot of items that is presented, and we must come to grip that it is not just about whether or not grandma and grandpa get $250 or $2,000. It's a lot more involved. So the entire nation, if we're going to get to where we need to be, we need everyone involved. Not only when it comes to their home, not only when it comes to the elephant on their toes, that the pain of one is the pain of all. And we must come to grip. And if you want to set up private sessions, private talk, private involvement, then let me know. Honorable Fraser, members of government, backbench, front bench, everybody will be keenly involved, because we cannot do this alone. And the whole concept of political maturity, constitutional maturity, self-determination. All of this is nothing new. We just were waiting on the crisis. We have a crisis now. A crisis should never go to waste. If in this crisis, a good crisis should never go to waste. So if this crisis is going to get us more adapt to the concept of where we need to be, stop from skirting around the particular issues. If we miss this train, we will never get another in our lifetime. From 1962, the West Indies Act talked about how the Federation was going to be broken up, and it left provisions for the Virgin Islands to make a determination as to how they want to be governed. We made a decision then. Other places have opted, whether it's Jamaica, or St. Lucia, or Antigua, or the other places, a number of them have made their decisions from back then. But the fact remains that we have to then look towards the future with great enthusiasm and do that which is necessary to take us one step further. So I might not have to speak under any other business because I've said what I had to say. And we would then be able to leave here, and I can go to Virgin Gorda, and in honor of my good friend, Lion at Heart, and we can then go to Virgin Gorda, and then we'll be back at some point. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me those few but important moments. Thank you.
Thank you, Territorial Member. It's been moved and seconded that bill entitled Register I take note of the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am rising to support the motion raised by the Honorable Premier and seconded by the Deputy Premier for the withdrawal of the 2022 Register of Interest bill or act that was brought before this Honorable House. And Madam Speaker, I wish to just take a bit of time to say to the listening public and all the people of the Virgin Islands that they are truly appreciated, respected, and loved. Madam Speaker, we have gone through so far what I would consider, in my own view, a very challenging, a very troubling, but more so, Madam Speaker, a very interesting series of events in this territory over the last 2+ months. And even before the 2 months, I think it was about 15 months prior to that, with the sanctioning of the Commission of Inquiry that was led by Commissioner Sir Gary Hickenbottom. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that these things happened. They happened, they were real, they are real, and we are living the very reality of the results of these events that have happened over the last year plus. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the Virgin Islands as a country, as a territory, as one that is and has been foundationally built with a dependency on God and a reliance on the steadfast pride, love, and dignity of His people, has been able to stand and continue to stand the test of time over these many years of our existence, including the ability for us, Madam Speaker, to have men and women who have served, sacrificed, and given of their time, talent, and treasure to be able to create a pathway, to be able to create an environment and a platform for which I and we can stand and build on. Madam Speaker, it is the prayers of the people of faith who understood that it was only faith, but more so faith in action, that got us to where we have come. So I am not mistaken or misguided, Madam Speaker, that this territory of the Virgin Islands is indeed a blessed one. The more recent experiences that we have had with the hurricanes and the floods of August of 2017, and then the hurricanes which immediately came just about a month after, that happened as well, where we, according to the meteorologists and the reports from the international news, CNN and CBC and ABC, that a couple times, well, we disappeared off the map, even though we are already, quote unquote, small, relatively small on the map. But Madam Speaker, we were able to be given another opportunity to begin again. And then in 2019, the people of the Virgin Islands spoke through their democratic right, and we were again given an opportunity to begin again. And then around December, I believe it was, of that same year, 2019, going into January or March of 2020, COVID-19 came and started to affect not just the territory, but the world as we knew it at the time. And Madam Speaker, through the difficulties, the challenges, the loss of loved ones, and the uncertainty of when will it end, continue to plague the mind of people throughout this territory. And then 2021 happened, Madam Speaker, where the Commission of Inquiry was called. And we as a country went through another challenging time, but a challenging time, Madam Speaker, where because of our actions and inactions, because of our pride and seemingly puffed up self, we went through a process on the international stage that landed us to April of 2022. Madam Speaker, April 28th of 2022 happened. The arrest of the former premier in the United States happened. April 29th happened with the release of the Commission of Inquiry report, which should have been released in and around June 20th of 2022. Madam Speaker, these things happen. Recommendations, 49 of them, Madam Speaker, with one being the first one and the most important one and the sticking point, A1, which recommended that because of the issues raised from the Commissioner Inquiry report, there would be a partial suspension of the Constitution of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that happened. And that is our reality here today. So, Madam Speaker, in the eyes of those who have looked on, who are paying attention, who are, some of whom are on the outside looking in, and even from the outside inside looking out, the thought and the phrase may even come to some person's mind of, it is indeed an impossible task. That it is impossible for the BVI to recover. That it is impossible with all the things and occurrences and events that have happened, it is impossible for us to rebound. That it is impossible. But, Madam Speaker, I stand here today to let the people of the Virgin Islands know the very word impossible says, I'm possible. That I'm possible. And that we're possible. And anything is possible, Madam Speaker, once we return to the foundation from which we started. Because through the trials, tests, and tribulations that we've gone through and continue to go through, there is one thing that permeates throughout this land. And it is something that has got us to where we are. And Madam Speaker, I am encouraging us not to lose faith, not to lose hope, and not to lose confidence in the fact that we have been knocked down before. We have been wiped off the map. But we continue to rise. We continue to rise as a people. We continue to rise because, Madam Speaker, the cries of the people of the Virgin Islands, the prayers of the people of the Virgin Islands, the will and determination of the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, continues to speak louder than any other chatter. And for those of us who are listening, Madam Speaker, we stand with those cries and with those prayers, willing to do every and anything possible to not only save our territory from the Constitution being suspended, but move it to a place, Madam Speaker, on a trajectory that we can once again be proud of. Because, Madam Speaker, while the reports of these 49 recommendations, which multiplies to almost 73 different implementations, that we as a government of national unity have agreed on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands to implement, some of which, Madam Speaker, are not even included under the leadership of the Premier Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley. Madam Speaker, we intend to not only implement the recommendations, but we intend to go a step further, Madam Speaker, and put us ahead of some of the things that we had failed to do. And I say we, Madam Speaker, because now I stand, and we stand in a position of leadership. And John Maxwell says it best, that the buck has to rise and stop at leadership. Madam Speaker, while it is okay, I guess, for some to want to put themselves in a position of, oh, it wasn't me, and I wasn't there, and I didn't do that, and I, Madam Speaker, we have to realize that we as a people, Madam Speaker, not only do we have all that we need, we are indeed all that we need to continue to take this country to where it needs to go, not just for the present, but for generations yet to come. So, Madam Speaker, this report, or this act, that came before us, it is important for us to understand some of the context. And Madam Speaker, while going out for the last, I think, 2.5, if not 3 weeks, on these public consultations with the Premier and the leaders of this government of national unity, Madam Speaker, the thought that simply states that current behavior times intolerable pain brings about change. Current behavior, where we are currently, times intolerable pain, meaning pain you can't take, but you have to tolerate it. You have to deal with it, and it brings about change. Madam Speaker, it is the failure of us doing what we needed to do. It is the very action and the very talk and the chatter that when we blame one side versus the next, or not want to hold ourselves accountable. Madam Speaker, I keep saying, and I have said it over and over again, we have been our worst enemy. We have become our worst enemy. But now, here we are, given another opportunity. And Madam Speaker, I stand firmly on the position that there is no one that would have to come or should have to come to this territory to say to us in any sphere, any societal organization or facet of the economy, Madam Speaker, what we know we need to be doing. No one should have to come to tell us to do it. Because if our forefathers and those men and women that stood before us didn't have all the knowledge and education that we have, had wisdom and vision enough to put some of these laws and put some of these processes in place for us to follow, Madam Speaker, tell me why, in God's name, we find ourselves in the position that somebody had to tell us. And Madam Speaker, while I'm on that, I want to make it clear. It is this, my good schoolmate and friend sing a song there. It is this bad-mindedness that has got us here. This crab in a bucket mentality, Madam Speaker, that have got us here. Or just eroding and not taking the time to listen, understand, and appreciate why certain things have been put in place. But because of our personal agenda and what we think we should be doing, we just erode processes and principles and procedures and conventions, and we do it our way. And when we realize we put ourselves in the process, Madam Speaker, it's a hands off, it wasn't me. Like Shaggy, it wasn't me. But it affects all of us, Madam Speaker. The actions of one in this territory, especially in a leadership position, affects the entire territory. And Madam Speaker, that's where we have to understand. What I do affects the member on the right, the Minister of Education, as well as every member in this House, especially the actions affects the entire populace of these Virgin Islands. And we have to understand that the people put us here to lead, but we need to be more accountable. We need to be more responsible. And there needs to be enough of us, Madam Speaker, that would challenge the ideas, the decisions that we make to ensure that we are doing what is right. Madam Speaker, we had an opportunity, and I know what was agreed upon, to bring before this Honorable House, as the Premier mentioned, bring before this Honorable House the amendment to the legislation which would make the interests of members of this Honorable House public, and then include the regulations and or the penalties associated with not complying with such. Madam Speaker, I want to state categorically that when you lead people, if you're not listening to the people, then you're not leading anybody. And I want to recognize Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley for listening to the people. I want to recognize all members in this House who have now decided more keenly. I don't say we weren't listening before, but we are listening to the people of the Virgin Islands. Because while we listen, there is an undertone that is happening, Madam Speaker, even with this, the legislation that was brought, which sets out to do a number of things that would put our country, Madam Speaker, and put our people in an adverse position to be able to accomplish anything. Madam Speaker, the Premier listened. And while he was listening, I was listening too. And Madam Speaker, what I am hearing while listening is there is seemingly an accountability factor that is not yet balanced. Madam Speaker, we are being held to account based on the recommendations of the COI report. But I want it to be made clear to the people of the Virgin Islands who put me here from the 2nd District and who put us here throughout this territory, that don't think because we are wounded and because we may be down, because some of the events that have happened since April 28th, that gives persons the right to try to force things on the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, under the auspices, quote unquote, of good governance and transparency. Madam Speaker, the things that I mentioned before happened. The issues and pointers, even the recommendations and examples in the COI report, Madam Speaker, they are real. They happened. The people them see it over the wall. But Madam Speaker, you're not going to tell me, and no one is going to tell me, nor am I going to stand here and accept a whole painted canvas that everything in the Virgin Islands is wrong. And everything in the Virgin Island is not right, and everything is corrupt, and everything is crooked, and everything is bad. Madam Speaker, I will not accept that. Nor should anyone in here. So we have to be careful, Madam Speaker, that as we go through this process, and we continue to go through this process, we don't allow the picture and the narrative and even the videos to depict us in a manner, Madam Speaker, that we are all bad, that there is nothing good that happens to this territory. Because if I go back, Madam Speaker, and I start to go back pre this year and few months, and I go back to when education in this country went from 7 standard to a secondary education. If I go back to when decisions were made, Madam Speaker, to have persons in our territory understudy and get trained and get educated to take over some of the positions from some of the persons who were here living among us but leading in these positions, to where we now, Madam Speaker, took over those positions. Where we were able to build buildings and build roadways, Madam Speaker, and develop a financial services institution and a tourism product and a healthcare system and a college, Madam Speaker, and a social welfare system, Madam Speaker, that looks after not only our seniors but looks after our entire populace. Madam Speaker, those are things that happen as well. And those are things that I am not going to let anyone erase, because the actions of a few, and because things that have been pointed out and highlighted, Madam Speaker, yes, we accept them and we're going to fix them. But don't tell me that you're going to seize every opportunity to continue to pile on and pile on and pile on that everything is bad. And it is so bad that you have to do this and you have to do that. Madam Speaker, the British Virgin Islands is governed by a constitution, of which the last review and advancement that we were able to make is the order of 2007. The United Kingdom's constitution was last updated on February the 1st because it doesn't exist. But they operate from conventions and principles and practices over the years. Madam Speaker, you cannot tell me that we are going to allow the conventions and the things that got us here, the good things that got us here, Madam Speaker, to be eroded under the auspices that everything is bad. Madam Speaker, I do not accept, and I will not accept. And the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, certainly don't accept. But Madam Speaker, while we continue to fight this fight, there are the enemies that are within. There are the enemies, Madam Speaker, that are within, hoping for what they would say is the downfall of this government of national unity, or the government of the Virgin Islands, all 13 of us, and in their minds hoping that whatever would come if the Constitution is suspended would be better than what they have. Madam Speaker, those thoughts and ideas are the thoughts and ideas that other persons will have. But if you understand, and I must say thank you, Madam Speaker, again, to those persons that continue to support. Madam Speaker, I was in Portugal a week and a half ago. And the conference on the oceans, Madam Speaker, I was able to meet persons from different territories and countries within the region, even as far as the United States and Canada. Senator John Kerry was at that conference, Madam Speaker. But while we are here, the 13 of us, Madam Speaker, fighting to maintain our constitutional advancement and our sovereignty, Madam Speaker, I want us to know, including the people of the Virgin Islands who don't see it necessary for the Constitution to be suspended, who don't see it necessary, and who have a faith and a belief and a confidence that we can do what is recommended, and more so, we can do what is expected of us. There are those Caribbean partners in OCS, some of whom, Madam Speaker, by name has mentioned Dr. the Honorable Natalia Wheatley, from Antigua and Trinidad and Jamaica and St. Lucia, Madam Speaker, French Polynesia, Canada and the United States, who are saying, fight. Fight for your people. Fight for the advancements and the developments that you'll be able to achieve. Continue to fight and don't lay down. And Madam Speaker, that's what is important to me. That even while I couldn't be here, participating in some of the debates and some of the meetings that were being had, I was encouraged, Madam Speaker, while being away, that the eyes of the countries that surround us are on us, and they are supporting, they are waiting, Madam Speaker, for us to continue to fight. So, Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation that seeks to do all these things, Madam Speaker, we must remember that we are leaders, yes. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, we are sovereign, capital S, lowercase l, leaders to the people of these Virgin Islands. And while the plots and the goalposts continue to shift and change, We must remain vigilant, and we must not let the conversations and the voices that seemingly are louder in different spaces ever contradict the purpose for which we have. Madam Speaker, the vision of this country needs to be recast, because we have operated on a vision cast by H.L. Stout some 30 plus years ago. So I look to my left, Madam Speaker, and I look to the leader of this country, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Wheatley. And I say to him and to all of us, it is time to cast a new vision. But it is not something that I expect him to do by himself. The vision that was cast some 30 years ago involved the people, it involved the minds of the people and the will of the people who wanted to see the things that were deemed impossible done. And Madam Speaker, I believe it is time for us to cast a new vision to be able to achieve those goals. Madam Speaker, when I hear certain people talk, I remain confused. And I am never the smartest person in any room. I remember the ridicule. I remember, some of the chuckles and laughter that would happen. But Madam Speaker, I try to be respectful to everyone and listen. But Madam Speaker, the more I listen to some people talk, some of them just talking for the sake of talking, because they have a mouth and according to old people said, they have a voice to talk, but they're not saying anything with substance. So Madam Speaker, I'm encouraging us, while we have this opportunity, and it has been moved and seconded, to pull the act that was before us and continue on the path that we had agreed upon. I need the people of the Virgin Islands to know that we are here to serve, we are here fighting, and we do not intend to be a law unto ourselves. But we need you, and we need the people of the Virgin Islands who are lovers of this country, who believe in the democratic process, and who believe in the importance of sustaining our constitution and ministerial form of government and our advancement, to continue to share, continue to give your ideas, continue to let your voices and your concerns be heard, because we are listening and we will act on the information received. I want persons to know that even though I have this 24-hour appointment as Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, I'm going to do my best. But I need persons to understand that no is also an answer. We can't do everything, and we don't intend to do everything. But the things that we can do and need to do for the advancement of this territory, Madam Speaker, we will do. So I stand, Madam Speaker, in support of the motion raised by the Honorable Premier, and I know that we will continue on this path to serve in this Virgin Islands to the best of our abilities while keeping the people's interests at heart. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. At this time, I recognize the member for the 4th District.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and my apologies for being late. However, I'm glad to be here. And I want to, Madam Speaker, I was about to get up to speak on a point of order, about whether the motion should be debated or not. But then I went back to my standing orders and want to commend you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the debate, because in Section 30, and I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, for the public, because many persons called me and said, why are you debating a motion to withdraw a motion? So I want to sort of set the record straight for those persons who are calling me, suggesting I'm a senior member of the House and I should know everything, but I don't know everything. So I went to the standing orders, Madam Speaker, and want to say publicly that it is correct to debate the motion in spite of the fact that it's a motion to withdraw a bill. In Section 31, it says, subject to the moving of motions, subject to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 1976 and to these standing orders, it shall be competent for any member to propose by way of motion any matter to debate in the Council. 32, this is the section I want to read. On a motion made and where necessary seconded, the Speaker shall propose the question to the Council, and after debate, if any, shall then put the question for the decision of the Council. So we are in that part of the motion, Madam Speaker, for those who are listening who have called and asked the question, that it says after debate, the motion should be put to the Council. So we are in the debate now, and Madam Speaker, I want to publicly announce that I will be doing a lot of debates from here on in for the next 8 or 10 months, whatever length of time we're here. So I want those listening to prepare to hear me as my last hooray to make some points in the House that I hope can benefit the country for the future. And we are in the middle of a crisis, Madam Speaker, and I think my voice in this crisis should be heard as an elected member of the House. I have no better voice than anyone else, but I have a voice, and I want to make sure that that voice is heard, Madam Speaker. The subject, Madam Speaker, at hand is the removal of a bill from the House, the motion. And I think it is important to discuss, as I have heard in the debate so far, reasons why it is important to withdraw this bill at this time, having had the chance. And this is the purpose, Madam Speaker, that I spoke about last time, that any bill coming to the House of this importance must have its first reading, give the public time to discuss and debate the bill itself, feed back their debate and information to us as representatives of the House, so that we can come, if we think it fit, to go to the second reading and the third reading. That is the reason the standing orders are designed that way, to give the public a chance, and the media, the press, and everyone has a chance to debate the bill and air it out publicly if necessary, air it out privately if necessary. And so, Madam Speaker, here goes democracy in its full form, which I'm proud to say we are undertaking. And democracy, Madam Speaker, at times requires us to stand down if you're not going in the right direction, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, the mere discussion that we're having about this whole COI debate is the subject of transparency, good governance, accountability. And in the midst of that subject, Madam Speaker, we are being forced to take the opposite. No transparency, we're passing a bill without the public knowing about it. No accountability, no good governance. So I'm glad that the Honorable Leader, our good leader, Honorable Natalia Wheatley, have seen it fit, having heard the views of the public, having heard the views of other members, that he's seen it fit to withdraw this bill, Madam Speaker, and go back to the drawing board. Because there are lots of things, obviously, that were in there. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I don't know if resignations have started coming in, but many persons who sit on boards have called me and said, how can I resign? I am going to be resigning. I'm not even waiting for you all to pass that bill. Madam Speaker, because why should I volunteer, is what many of them told me, to be on a board to help the country to go forward in various ways, and I have to declare and make all my private business public to anyone who wants to go to read about it. So it's good, Madam Speaker, that we have taken the step and have been humble enough to withdraw the bill and take a second look at it. The bill is important. Don't misunderstand me, Madam Speaker. The bill of public interest is an important one, but let's do it right. And let's do it in a way that we are not shooting ourselves in the foot. And let's do it in a way that's transparent and that's acceptable internationally, regionally, and anywhere in the world. I asked this question the last time when I spoke about the bill as to what appertains in the United Kingdom, what appertains in the United States, what appertains in other democratic countries on this matter. And I haven't had the answer yet, so I hope before we ever attempt to put this bill forward in any manner that we get what appertains in other countries of democracy that have been mature enough to guide us, to guide us. To guide us, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to speak, Madam Speaker, at one of the meetings, one of the sittings, and I hope I'm given a broad enough. I might have to move the motion to debate the COI bill. Because the COI bill, we are making major changes, Madam Speaker, and the COI document hasn't come to the House yet for debate. Is that transparency? Is that democracy? Somebody comes and does a commission of inquiry into the country, which is fine, which is the right thing to do at different intervals. Fine, no problem. But it hasn't been debated in the House by the 13 members of the people who have been elected. But because of the opinion of some, we must go and execute and carry out and implement this COI recommendations without a debate in the House. Is that right? Is that transparency? Is that good governance? The elected, the highest institution in the territory hasn't had a chance to debate the bill, and we are full speed implementing. Madam Speaker, I have a concern about that. We need to slow this thing down. All of a sudden, because our commission has called all of us hooligans, we are accepting that we are all hooligans. Madam Speaker, who are you speaking to? Me, a hooligan? Let's stop and think about this, Madam Speaker. Let's stop and think about it. Madam Speaker, I see the depression in some persons who have been here before. And I'm going to speak about it at some point when I want 3 hours. Madam Speaker, please, not now, so don't get worried. You can have lunch soon. But the motion to debate this bill must come to the House. This report must come to the House and must come to the House soon. Madam Speaker, because I want to go back to all those inquests and inquiries and all those situations happened before under the United Kingdom colonialistic system, and let's debate it. Let's debate how this same... You keep my motion down. Madam Speaker, let's debate how the same commission inquiry matches up to what happened before. My good leader is a historian. And yeah, I heard him speak about it before. I hope he's not hiding to speak anymore. Because he's a historian. He has a PhD. He's a scholar. And we ain't going to leave our scholarly information go by the wayside because of certain things and certain pressures. This commission of inquiry, honorable member, for the second you're watching me straight in my face. You have me nervous. But we're not going to let this commission of inquiry go by like that, implementing everything, and it hasn't been debated in the House, as we say, clause by clause, chapter by chapter. A debate, Madam Speaker, doesn't mean that anything is wrong with the commission of inquiry, because it's an important commission. But let's debate it. Because, Madam Speaker, this is a serious matter. We have a commission of inquiry that says that we can't run our own country, and we let it go by like that. Because, Madam Speaker, nobody can fool me, you know. They say we are not under British rule, but we are under direct British rule right now. I don't care what anybody tell me. If the governor of the country isn't satisfied with anything that the cabinet does or the House does, he has a right to institute the rule right away, without even asking anybody. As far as I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, I think I went to school. Not the brightest school, maybe, but I went to school. I can read and write. That says that he's in charge. He runs things. The public needs to know that. And if the public likes it, fine. But I ain't going to stand and take it like that. We have to speak up. This thing about having a gun to our heads, and then we're going to talk, Madam Speaker, we're going to talk about a constitutional review with a gun to head by the people who you want the constitutional review against. You understand that, Madam Speaker? We're going to discuss, we're forming a committee to go over the next 8, 10, 12 months to discuss a constitutional review while the people who you're trying to upgrade yourself against have the gun to your head. No. Madam Speaker, leave that thing alone. Leave the constitutional review alone till when we get past the stage. You cannot have a constitutional review to go discuss how we upgrade ourselves in terms of governing ourselves better when the same people who you upgrade yourself against have passed a law in the Parliament of the United Kingdom to tell us, do what we say or else. Madam Speaker, I'm just, forgive me, but I'm speaking the facts as they are, plain and simple. I ain't going around the bush. I am not sure quoting nothing. And there are those in our country who believe that we should go that direction, and that's their prerogative. Whether they like the politicians, whether they like what the politicians do before or not, and whether we like it or not, maybe it was wrong, maybe it was right. But don't tell me that at this stage in my life, I cannot determine what I think is best for myself and my country, or if we went wrong, we can't correct right without the help of somebody else. Don't tell me I can't do that. If you tell me that, Madam Speaker, well, let's talk. Let's talk. Madam Speaker, you want us to talk? Madam Speaker, let's talk. Who is going to call for the commission of inquiry right now on the United Kingdom government? Let's talk. If you believe that you are more righteous than us, are better than us, let's talk about the commission of inquiry right now on what's happening in the United Kingdom. Let's talk. Let's talk. I can list the things right now, everything that's happening in the United Kingdom that needs a commission of inquiry. That have been covered up. That is being covered up. Lots of things, business issues. Who have read the article recently about Uber and how Uber got into the United Kingdom? And who are doing what wherever in California? The ministers of UK government in California hiding to discuss matters about Uber when the taxi men in the United Kingdom are fighting to survive. Who's going to talk about that? Where's the commission of inquiry on that? And not just now, I'm talking about, as they say, many governments passed, all the way back to the Prime Minister, David Cameron. Where is the commission of inquiry on that? And we are here frightened. Our people are here as if we are hooligans. And the self-righteous who had to resign from government because of certain things, but still running government, and nothing is being inquired. How can it be? I hope I don't associate that song with, I'm not talking about the song, How Can It Be, Honorable Minister? Because that song is so touching. But how can it be? How can it be that we are under a rule and under a criticism that as if we have done the wall of wrong, and when the wall of wrong is being done by those who are claiming we have done the wall of wrong, they're not accountable. What is accountability? What is good governance? What is transparency? Madam Speaker, can you explain that for me? Can you explain? Can you explain? Madam Speaker, I'm speaking in the context of the withdrawal of this bill that we're going to put us in jail. This bill is going to put everyone in this room in jail. Register of interest. Why should anyone from Timbuktu, anywhere in the world, can come and read the interest? And I hear someone was talking about it should be only for politicians, but leave it open to everybody in the world to read. Who? Is that? Can I go to the UK right now and read a register of interest about every member in the House of Commons? Can somebody help? Maybe so, but I'm just asking what appertains. How come it appertains to us and it's not appertaining to them? Madam Speaker, when the Panama Papers came out last time, the Honorable Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, father, had business here in the BVI Trust. The same people who are fighting to talk about hiding to taxes, what happened? You think to talk, Madam Speaker? I think I'm talking when this, and I don't know who I'm bringing the motion, Honorable Leader of Government Business, but the motion got to come here to debate that. And it got to come here soon, Madam Speaker. You got to come here soon. Yeah. Because I don't like this feeling that what is good for the goose what is good for the goose has to be good for the gander. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, good for the goose has to be good for the gander. I don't know if the officers who come here from other parts of the world have to go in under the same public interest. I hope so. Madam Speaker, I don't know. I don't know. All of a sudden, some people can be exempted, but others have to be under it. Madam Speaker, this is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy to the max. I'm not saying anything that wasn't said in the House of Commons. I listened to the House of Commons recently. I'm not saying anything that wasn't. All of a sudden down here in the Virgin Islands, you can't talk about certain things, but it's being talked about up in your House of Commons, and it's being on public television everywhere all over the world. But when you come in the House, our own people may say, what are you talking about that for? Madam Speaker, the leader, the opposition in the United Kingdom as the Prime Minister, the existing Prime Minister, because he's designed, but he still runs the country. But we can't talk about it. Shh. Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that. But because of our situation that we had, all of a sudden, the unfortunate and the crying situation that happened a few months ago with our leader, all of a sudden, all of us are hooligans and a COI comes and we must drop everything and put everything in place, whether you like it or not. No chance to debate it, no chance to discuss it. So I'm glad we withdraw the bill. Honorable Leader, thank you very much. You might be a diplomat, but you better don't be a diplomat all the time, because you better be real. Because they got to go to the polls sometime again. And things might look like it's one way now, but I tell you, the public is a funny people are funny. You know what I'm saying? Madam Speaker, people are funny. Okay? The leader of Sri Lanka was a good leader until the people were hungry. Until they couldn't eat any bread and they couldn't pay for the gas bill. Where is he now? Madam Speaker, and that's one of the things I want to speak about when I come down a little later to not in this debate today, but when I come down later. We as a country and a government and a people in here better look for the welfare of the people of the Virgin Islands, where we talk about all these things to lock us up. You better find out how the people can make a bread. How the businessman out there can continue to pay his bill. can continue to pay the bank. We are all of a sudden we are interested in the COI and nobody is interested about the economy. And how are we going with the economy? How is the financial services business doing? What are the new initiatives we're going to put forward? What happened to those that have put forward already? Where are they? How are we implementing them to try to make a better living for the people of the Virgin Islands? Madam Speaker, where are we? Where are we? Madam Speaker, you got to understand me. You got to forgive me because I speak passionately, but I'm not angry. You know, I think it's Alvin Booley, one of them who wrote the play Ironbex. And he gave a smile. So Ironbex, Madam Speaker. Ironbex. Ironbex. I'm just concerned. I'm just worried about where we're going. We suddenly got caught up in this frenzy that somebody got arrested some time ago and a COI come out and we must all jump and get... No. Step back. Step back. There are people who have served this country and served it for umpteen years honestly and fairly, and we want to lock them up. We want to lock them up. I'm going to speak about it because I want to speak one day, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, almost the whole subject of my speech about the leader, Dr. D. Orlando Smith, who led this country for a long time, who did many great things in the hospitals, did many great things for people all over the world, and all of a sudden, when you're trying to do something great again to try to get an airplane to be able to move people through the territory, all of a sudden they want to lock them up. Dr. D. Orlando Smith, a man who has served this country in many ways, and all of a sudden it's so easy to go and talk about, is there an investigation about this and that, and have the investigation. But don't condemn people before you even start. Madam Speaker, I'm concerned about it, and I'm going to speak about it. I'm going to speak about it. You build a wall, and everybody all of a sudden believe that this wall, everything went wrong, and the minister for the wall it has to go to jail. What do you do? Well, let us see what he did before you start condemning him. Madam Speaker, something is wrong with us. Something is wrong. And I come into the COI because I see some things written in there. I tried to explain, Madam Speaker, that I had the authority to do certain things with the port, and all of a sudden it's in there saying all of a sudden it's there, Madam Speaker, that it isn't enough to rise to a crime, but it borders on criminal. Madam Speaker, you ever hear more? While you're trying to do your best to move your country forward, they're condemning you and putting you as if you're some criminal. I ain't gonna sit down and take it. I ain't taking it like that, Madam Speaker. Excuse the language, the Hunter God language I have. I know it. My people gonna understand my language and I'm speaking them in that way. So I'm gonna speak in my language. Madam Speaker, this isn't right. So, Madam Speaker, you join this bill here today is a good thing. And I want us to stop a minute and review what we're doing with all these implementation things. There are good things that have to be implemented, but there are certain things that you got to be careful of what you're talking about. And as if, Madam Speaker, you know, the problem that I have is that, and a lot of people don't understand the emotion that I get when I deal with this matter of colonialism. I cried, Madam Speaker. A bunch of us in the classroom cried, as a matter of fact, when Alfred Christopher, in our history class one afternoon, discussed the transatlantic trade. The transatlantic trade. And Madam Speaker, I know that there are lots of people, because I tell people all the time, don't be prejudiced to our Caucasian friends, because they're good people. Many of them are good people. In fact, Madam Speaker, it's they who fought. Who were the abolitionists? They weren't black people. The abolitionists were Caucasians who fought to get rid of slavery. And among us in the BVI, we have a lot of good people who have become part of us, and we want to make sure we support them. But you have to understand our history, Madam Speaker. I went to the stage, Madam Speaker, when in that classroom, on that history class, in my teenage years, when the description of the transatlantic trade and the rawness of what happened to our ancestors coming across here to make us what we are here. Because that's where it started. We didn't just come here. And the same thing will happen here, Madam Speaker. The same thing what happened now, honorable member for the 5th. Happened back there. Our own people sold us out. Man, I speak of the people back there didn't go up in Africa and went into the villages and grabbed the people and put them on the boats. They were handed over to the people by our own people. And right now, Madam Speaker, in this context, there are people in the BVI who are saying, take us over. We are being handed over to them by our own people here. By our own people here, we're being handed over. I was amazed to hear some people say, let the British take us over. What is wrong with you? I have no problem if you think wrong has been done and it should be done, it should be righted. I said, what? I don't have any problem with that. But don't tell me that at the stage in our development, when in 1949 those people marched, and when even before that we fought for our freedom, when we fought for ministerial government in 1967, don't tell me when we got a constitutional upgrade in that year in 2007 or whenever else, that you're going to tell me now we must go back and say, yes, the British government must rule colonialism. And we Madam Speaker, are not listening even to our neighbors and our regional leaders who are saying that cannot be. We're not even listening to Gonzales and St. Vincent and the great lady Mia Motley and the great CARICOM leaders and United Nations and everybody who's saying, how can it be? How can it be? How can it be, Madam Speaker, that in this day and age, a colonialist, a country that ruled many colonies for many years, we are criticizing China. The same people criticizing China for how they're behaving. The same people criticizing Putin. Putin made a reason for going into Ukraine, you know. He has no cause there, but he made a reason. The British government just made a reason why they should come into the BVI and take over. What, y'all don't understand that? That is democracy. That one group of people across the pond can decide on their own, in spite of the democratic elections that put a people here to lead the country, whether you like it or not. Madam Speaker, that they can form a reason because of a COI, that they can say because of a COI and what's written in there, they must come and take over this country. Madam Speaker, come on. Come on. Come on. You're going to shut down a democratically ruled country. You're going to run it yourself because of a COI who says the British government must rule. Madam Speaker, going back to that, what they call that thing, I mean, the honorable leader going to help me with that information when I'm ready. Them inquisitions I used to have, the inquisitions. You ever know about the inquisitions? The inquisitions? Them inquisitions, one man say what should happen, you know. And if he said everybody here should be killed dead, that's what it is. That's what it is. We got a big book here with a bunch of recommendations. The first one, take it over, take them over. And Speaker, I went to school, I went to church. I go to church, I have moral standings. These people don't come here as if we are hooligans and we don't have any moral standings. Because we try to do things for the best interests of our people. Yeah, sometimes it might have been not done in the right way in terms of whether we should go to all kinds of things, go through all kinds of things. That's fine. But let's correct it. We have the ability to correct it. Write the report, make your recommendation, and let us correct it. Don't tell me you have to come and correct it for us. And then you want to tell us that we're going to have a constitutional review, and you must have a decision who's going to solve on that constitutional review. What is it you don't understand about constitutional review? A constitutional review is about the people of a territory asking to discuss their constitution as to how they're going to go forward. And in the context that we are in, we have a mother country in this day and age. That we have to go up to him, bow down and say, these are the things we want, can you allow them? What do you don't understand about that? You know, we have to go to UK after the constitutional review and after the people's opinion and go up to the UK government and say, can we do this and can we do that? The same people who just get run out of office. And I know they'll come for me. Because once you speak, they're coming for you. But I ain't afraid. The same foreign secretary who come and discuss with us whether we feel good about this direct rule and make the direct rule is now wanting to be the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Which is fine. That's her democracy. She has a right. And I wish her well. But, Madam Speaker, that's hypocrisy. How come, Madam Speaker? Can you explain this to me? The same government, the same conservative government in the United Kingdom, Madam Speaker, because I'm speaking plain and simple today, because the same discussions in the House of Commons that happen, the same government, the same conservative government, I have no issue about conservative government or Labour government in the United Kingdom. I'm just saying government. The same conservative government decided, Honourable Member for the Ninth, decided that they didn't want no European people rule them. They didn't want no European people tell them what to do. They don't want no European people tell them use the euro currency versus the British pound. They didn't want them tell them about their customs and their borders. They didn't want them come and tell them how to run their affairs, who should fish where and who shouldn't fish where. They didn't want them tell them where to do business with and what free trade agreements to make with whom. They don't want to be restricted by that. The same British government who said nobody can't tell them what to do must come and tell us what to do. Isn't that hypocrisy, Madam Speaker? Isn't that the height of hypocrisy? And that's where Brexit was breeded from, and that's where the present Prime Minister was elected from, because of Brexit. But I want my Brexit. Is y'all laughing about this? It's no joke. I want my Brexit. Leave us alone. We might make the mistakes, yes, because y'all make some. Right now, the European Commission is putting them in court on the subject of customs issues and so on in the United Kingdom and borders. All these trade issues, they're going in court. So none of us is perfect, Madam Speaker. So I must sit down and accept. Everybody here in the BVI sit back all of a sudden. Madam Speaker, the sneakishness of how it was done is the hypocrisy that I can't stand for. We ain't going to tell you we ruling you, but we are passing through Parliament and tell the governor rule you when he's ready. I'm being plain to them, Madam Speaker. I don't want the people at BVI to believe that we have things good. Things ain't good. Honorable Many tell the public that he's going to cabinet and he better don't say the wrong thing in cabinet because his 5 members can't overrule the governor. Or else. Talk the truth. Talk the truth. Some people, Madam Speaker, just like how the slaves were handed over to the British and to the colonialists many years ago. Some people in the BVI say that's good. Hand us over. Madam Speaker, I think it was 2002 or something like that. A good honorable member from here and myself went to Ghana, one of the original places where our forefathers left from on the slave ships. I think you understand this thing. People don't understand how deep this colonialism is that bothers us as a race. And I use the word race because I don't want people to think we are racist. Because you can be a black racist or a different color racist. And I don't believe in racism. All people should be equal. Black, white, yellow, green, whatever color should be equal. So I am not a racist, but I had to listen to my history. I went in the dungeon. And Madam Speaker, 700 years later, I could still smell the dungeon in Ghana. Right where the ship came in, right where the governor stood above and and look down and tell them, send that one up here for me, and send that one up here for me. And then the rest of them who were packed in a dungeon like sardines. The stench is still there because they didn't have places to do what they had to do. It's still there, Madam Speaker. Go to Ghana. Let them show you where the sites are, where our ancestors were packed. Madam Speaker, that is the genesis of colonialism that we are still existing under. It is the same concept that we can be suddenly told by the United Kingdom Parliament, by a minister who thinks it's time to take them over and run the show. We are under the same rule. And as much as the CARICOM speakers, leaders are speaking out, they need to speak out more. As much as the OHC leaders are speaking out, they need to speak out more. As much as the UN are talking, they need to talk more. And as much as the Honorable Premier of the British Virgin Islands goes there and shake hands and carry pictures showing himself with the United Nations, what you call him, Secretary General, as much as that is happening, the reality still remains. Madam Speaker, the reality still remains. That we are under British rule. We are under the gun. We can't move left, right, or center. We have to focus on a number of things without focusing on the economy, without focusing on how people are going to get a little bread in their mouths, how they're going to survive, how they're going to make it through the summer, how they're going to make it through the winter. Madam Speaker, I'm going to speak, so I hope the sergeant ain't coming to me. Go, keep going faster. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all is not well. All is not well in the house that Levity South built. All is not well in the house that Honorable Rathi O'Neill built, Madam Speaker. All is not well in the house that Honorable Dr. Deolanda Smith sacrificed, toiled, gave his career up for it. All is not well in the house that they built, Madam Speaker. So we have to stop dividing ourselves and conquering. I'm going to talk, Madam Speaker, about this issue of who is an indigenous Virgin Islander or not, because people are going to be surprised what I believe. That Ms. Parsons was right, Honorable Parsons. What are you worrying about that? Somebody has to define what an indigenous Virgin Islander is, and Ms. Parsons define it. What is Big Fuss?
Honorable Member, I'll just intervene right here. If we
Sorry,
could
Madam
just,
Speaker, I didn't hear.
yes, if we could just stick to the topic at hand. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, this subject, yes, thank you very much, but this subject is broad because these broad principles are in this bill that we were drawing. But I accept your guidance, Madam Speaker. But I just want to let us know that since I raised it, because you know a headline will go out there. So I want to make sure I qualify what I'm saying, Madam Speaker. That there are some of us who are belongers of the Virgin Islands, and that's our definition. We are belongers of the Virgin Islands. We are Virgin Islands by belongership, by adoption. But there are those who are Virgin Islands by Virgin Islandership, by being indigenous. And nothing is wrong with that. But let's all work together. Let's join together. But there's nothing wrong in protecting indigenous Virgin Islanders. In the United States, the indigenous United States citizens who are being protected, they have their own rules and their own laws. Nothing wrong with that. So I don't want people to think that and crucify Ms. Parsons. Let's just get the right definition. If you want to name it indigenous Virgin Islander versus belanger Virgin Islander, we can do all that. But we have to put some protections in for indigenous Virgin Islanders. Nothing's wrong with that. Let's don't get all warped out of it and start fighting on it. Let's get together as one group. Whether you're a white belanger, a black belanger, an Anguillan belanger, a Kittitian belanger, we belong to the Virgin Islands. But it doesn't say that you're indigenous Virgin Islander, as Ms. Parsons qualified by generations going back. That's okay. And there's no reason we can't qualify that in our Constitution and give protection, certain protections to indigenous Virgin Islanders. I have no problem with that. Okay, Madam Speaker, I said enough on that. Thank you very much for your tolerance on that. Thank you. But Madam Speaker, let me come, because I want to just make the point that let us get to the point where debating this COI and these things that we are implementing at warp speed. before thinking about them and being transparent about the discussion about them and letting the people have a say in them. In the UK, it's not the United Kingdom people who want to deal with this man. It's the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker. People of the Virgin Islands. And let's get it clear that at some point the people of the Virgin Islands who have a right to elect their 13 representatives, we must get to that point where they elect them. And not make it look like we have to wait till the United Kingdom make a decision. The Constitution tells us when that should happen, and we should be able to look forward to when that happens. And by now, it looks like people are afraid to start campaigning. We're 8 months before. Everybody frightened, I know what will happen because the British government run things. I wouldn't be campaigning, but if I was I'm not afraid. God created me, and what I do and what I have, I do and what I have for myself. And anybody come tell me why thief and why do wrong, they're just talking the nonsense. I ain't afraid, Madam Speaker. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, withdrawing this bill has brought to the attention of us, slow it down. Slow it down. Take it easy. All them deadlines I see them put there, take it easy. Let's do them right. Let's do them, but let's do them right. Not going to be forced on us. This is not inquisition where it's forced on us and tell us do it, whether we like it or not, lump it, leave it. Nothing to all go so. This is a democracy. Putin doesn't rule this country. Which side will be where you take over now? You understand, from east and go down west? When the war started? Because, Madam Speaker, a people is a funny thing, you know. A people. When you start to mash on their corn, the first mash mightn't be too bad, but you start, keep mashing. Keep mashing. Madam Speaker, keep mashing. Keep mashing on the corn. Start with the COI. You suddenly release it when the leader was arrested and think that all of us the same thing. And then you turn us into a video country of Miami Vice. Madam Speaker. And then nobody accounts for that. Nobody's accountable. Everybody's forgiven. And I hope you forgive. I hope you forgive. Madam Speaker, something ain't right. Something is not right. And keep mashing on the people them can't. I listened to Putin, Madam Speaker, create a reason why he's going to Ukraine.
Honorable member, I'm sorry to intervene again. But again, if we could just stay to the topic and if we could possibly go towards resolution.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I thank you. I will argue that it's related, but I would not argue against my good speaker who's guiding, because I want another chance at another time. He who something leads to not see another day, right? So, Madam Speaker, I want to see another day. I thank you very much for guiding me. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, please, let us get to the point where we can debate this commission of inquiry, and I hope you'll give me the latitude then to speak on all these subjects. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that we have moved a motion to remove this bill, and I fully support that motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for the 4th District. Before we go into recess, I will recognize the Junior Minister for Trade.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to rise and support this motion to withdraw this bill. Madam Speaker, the voice of the people in this territory is very important. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we as a body in the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands need to also do is to educate our people on matters such as this. And while it might be happening in small circles, we need to make a greater effort, Madam Speaker, to ensure that when events such as what we're going through now happen, and bills like these that come to the House, that we are able to explain in layman terms to the general public. I am very happy, Madam Speaker, that many individuals out there throughout the BVI communities are finding their tongues and are speaking up. Madam Speaker, but there's much misinformation in the public sphere, and we as a body must ensure that we tell our story to ensure that people are informed correctly. While we must be expeditious, we also need to take our time to read and do the research to ensure, Madam Speaker, that we are not hoodwinked by anyone. And so I think it is important that this bill be withdrawn, because there are quite a number of persons that have not been able to peruse this document in its entirety. Madam Speaker, the language it is written in, it takes some time to go through, and you cannot just read it one time. It has to be done over and over and get a better understanding of what you're reading. Sometimes Google certain things, sometimes make a phone call to find out exactly what this means in the language that these bills are written in. Madam Speaker, we all know that there are lots of things that need fixing in the BVI, and we are committed to fix what needs to be fixed. But Madam Speaker, one of the things that I too do not want to see is that persons are afraid whether to speak up, that they are able to do so without fear. And we are seeing that happening. We are capable of running our own affairs. We are an intelligent and resilient people, Madam Speaker. And we must be given the opportunity to do what is best for us with the guidance of the people of this territory that put us where we are in this honorable House. And I was very happy to peruse the documents sent by the Civil Service Association, because it is important that not only the general public speak on matters such as these, but that persons in the civil service are able to speak up. And young persons at that, because while I knew of it, I had temporarily forgotten that my niece is the president of that association. And so I applaud everyone in that association, because we have young, intelligent persons within and outside of the territory who want to see what is right for us and not have persons force things down our throats. I was able to attend, Madam Speaker, one or two of the meetings on the COI recommendations, and we were able to have good dialogue with the general public, and we will continue to do so. It is important that we always speak to persons in the public. And while we do have, as Honorable Turnbull mentioned before, the crab in a barrel mentality, we cannot let that put us in a position where we feel that we cannot fight for what is ours, that we cannot fight for what is right. And so, Madam Speaker, I will be very brief. And I won't quote my song, Crabs in a Barrel, today, but I would like to leave us with a little wisdom from a song that I penned a few years ago that I think is very relevant today. And this is something that we need to walk towards, and that is why we are here in this house walking along with the people of the Virgin Islands to ensure that we have a nation to build. We have a country to mold, and it's not ever going to happen by guessing. Though it may be uphill, we must rise to the role. Every last citizen must add their blessing. Don't forget, we come from a history of separation. Divide and rule is colonial MO. We have to reverse that trend and see life through a different lens if we want to build a better tomorrow. We are all in the same ship of state, everybody sailing, sink or float. We all will share the same fate. The collective duty is ours to stop us from failing. It is we alone who must make the BVI great. So where the mind goes, we know the body follows. So let us tune our minds to the national good, and heaven knows we will see some blessed tomorrows if we put nation first and unite the way we should. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Junior Minister for Trade. At this time, before I call on the Premier, I just wish to make a quick announcement. The Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Marlon Penn, is away from the territory on official duties and unfortunately is unable to provide his input on this debate today. So I just wish for the record to reflect that. I also wish to recognize the members from the judiciary who have joined us in attendance today, the senior magistrate, Ms. Tamir Richards, and her team. Thank you all for attending. At this time, I do note that we do have some other members who wish to continue the debate. Given the time, I will take a recess for lunch, and then we can continue the debate after lunch. So we will rise and continue at 3 o'clock. Please be seated. This House now resumes its sitting. I wish to make a quick amendment to the record to note that Honorable Penn is actually in the territory but is unable to be present today. So that is the correction to be made to the record. Thank you. At this time, I will call on the member for the 9th District.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I promise not to be too long, Madam Speaker, but I feel in my spirit that today is a kind of a turning point in the way things have been going. But I don't want to start there. I want to start with how government is structured, because I too have had a couple of questions about why we were going or handling these COI recommendations the way we have been going, and why we are where we are. Because some people think like, well, you all don't know what you're doing. You bring something, you pull it back, but you brought it. So I think I need to address that little thing there briefly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in government, we have 3 co-equal branches: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative. The legislative, Madam Speaker, are us inherited, the 13 of us, and our job is to make laws, to pass laws. The laws we pass in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, is supposed to make the territory stronger as well as improve the lives of the citizens of this country. And Madam Speaker, sometimes they can be almost mutually exclusive. We can have a strong country, but the people aren't keeping up. The people aren't keeping up. Madam Speaker, the executive branch, which is the governor and the ministers, they're the ones who bring various bills to the House. And like you heard, it's a very important thing happening, Madam Speaker, because we had discussing the Register of Interest bill. And like you heard, all if you're paying attention, the Register of Interest constitutionally falls under the governor. That was brought up earlier today. And Madam Speaker, so the governor actually brought that bill to cabinet, and then from the cabinet, it came to the House. For some of us, our first time really getting a good grasp on it was when it came to the House. But this bill is going to affect the lives of the people in this country. So we have to go and dissect this bill to make sure that there are no unintended consequences of this bill. The bill came out of the COI recommendations. And a friend asked me very recently, and I hadn't thought about it. She said to me, but I thought those were recommendations. Why are you full speed going wholehearted down the road with this thing? She said, basically, if you go to a restaurant and a waiter say, today I recommend this soup, this salad, this main course, and this bottle of wine, do you just say yes? Or do you look at the menu and look at the alternatives you had? The issue was brought up several times, Madam Speaker. What is this rush to get this done so fast? Laws, there can be good laws and bad laws, Madam Speaker. Our job in here is to make sure that when we pass a law, it's a good, effective law, not a law that works against us. Madam Speaker, I can't remember the exact Bible verse, but I was getting kind of concerned that that person who was speaking up enough about certain things that they're not happy with. So I started checking the stones, because the Bible says if the people don't speak up, the stones have to rise up and speak. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think we're at a point where the stones can settle back down now, because we are hearing people coming forward and asking questions that should have been asked a very long time ago. These are recommendations. The member for the 4th brought again another very important point. Why has it not been debated in the House? The merits, is this the way to go? Are these the way to solve the particular problems? Madam Speaker, we know things are not right and things need to change. And we are also aware of the challenges of trying to push through certain changes when you sit in this House. Because we do something for the benefit of the people that you pay the price for. So we tend to be cautious more often than not. Madam Speaker, COI brought on by the UK. I lost my screen there. But I wanted to reference something, and that is Article 73, Chapter 11 of the UN Charters, that speaks to the UK's responsibility to the BVI. We've heard several times, as a matter of fact, ironically, the Governor Rankin, in one of his interviews, even referenced Article 73 and made a comment, kind of, I don't know if he was joking or not, something like this COI is to help us become more self-determined, to move us toward, I thought it was a funny kind of joke he would make, but I'm not sure if he was really joking or not, because Article 73 is serious, and that was there from 1945. And my question was asked today, does the UK have a responsibility to measure its own progress in carrying out their responsibility to make sure we advance? Who is checking on that? Like you heard earlier, they have no moral authority right now. Anybody who's following the news will see all the debacle that is happening in the UK right now. What gives you the moral authority to come and tell me certain things? We're not saying things don't need to be addressed and don't need to be fixed. On that, we agree 100%. But it's how you go about it. Then you're going to joke around and say, my COI recommendation is to help you achieve more self-determination, more self-autonomy, and so forth. I don't know where that came from. Remember, for the fourth, passionately went through all the things we went through to get to where we are. And then people will say, just hand it over. Just sit down and play dead. No, we cannot play dead. And this kind of negotiation in the 21st century, in the year 2022, you put me under a guillotine, you unloose the strap, and then tell me, well, let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Can that be right, Madam Speaker, in 2022? And I was watching for CARICOM, and I was calling you to speak out. Finally, they came together and say, how hypocritical can this be? And they're right. It should not be allowed to happen in this day and age. You put me under a guillotine, loose the strap, and say, let's negotiate. You're not negotiating, you're begging and pleading. So I commend the Premier for slowing down the train on this one here. And I do believe it's a turning point, and others are likely to follow once we keep the courage up and understand that the people who will be affected most by this area, the people, need to understand. They need to understand how they're going to be affected by some of these things. They need to understand that there may be alternatives. We need to talk with the people. I've always said we spend millions of dollars on consultants, and half the time, the knowledge we need is already here in the territory. We just have to have some faith and courage in our own people sometimes. And as Speaker, I did a short piece maybe 2 years ago, called the weaponization of accountability. Because, Madam Speaker, these constructs sound very good, but just like plutonium, they can be weaponized. You know, something that's rather benign. You can take it and change it around and do some destructive things out of it. I think I have to start looking at the weaponization of transparency. Can they use these nice words? So you hear the word transparency and you think it only can be something good. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to put to you that these things can all be weaponized and used against us. I had a friend one time was going to work in a foreign country, in a foreign culture. And I said to her, it's a book you must read. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to recommend the same book to every single person in this room in here. It's a book about 2,000 years old. It's not the Bible. It's a book by a Chinese guy named Sun Tzu. It's called The Art of War. Because we think when you go to the table to negotiate, it is fun and game. It is war, it is life and death on the table when we sit down with some of these people to say we're going to negotiate. It is war. And we need to understand the rules of war and the methods of war and the distractions of war and how wars are won. Right now, Madam Speaker, we are in a war. We're in a war for our freedom. We're in a war for our country. We're in a war for our way of life. Madam Speaker. If we don't understand that we are in a war and treat this situation as such, we'll be in a sad place before we even know it. So, Madam Speaker, I was so pleased to hear the contributions that came earlier. I was beginning to get concerned. Are we not really realizing it's a war we're in? It's not a playground thing. This is serious things. It's life and death for this country. When you're fighting a war, apart from knowledge, it calls for courage. And it's there in our territorial song. Courage, you got to have courage. And I commend the Premier for saying, on second glance, after consultation, I need to give this a little longer look. Because nearly everything we do in life, Madam Speaker, has unintended consequences. The CIA report was necessary. It can lead to great good, and I'm certain it will lead to great good. But we shouldn't weaponize it. I think it's unfair to put a gun to my head, put your finger on the trigger, and say, let's negotiate. What is that? What is that? No, that's not negotiating. That's a terror tactic. But we must understand the war we're in, Madam Speaker, and how to fight it. And I encourage all colleagues in here, let's be bold, let's be courageous, let's fight this war like the warriors that we are. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the Ninth.
I sat here today and I listened to my colleagues, and I got emotional when I heard him speak, and I heard Brother Mark and Vanderpool speak and say, I ain't vexed. But I can say I vexed. I'm upset. I'm distraught. I can't find the words to really tell you how I feel. You see, UK went to the House of Commons and they laid down a caution on us, whereas the governor could get up at any given time. If he wake up in a bad mood, if the coffee wasn't hot enough, he could say, let's go in the Gazette. That is not right. That is not right. That's like telling me I must go to the doctor and he hold me so he tell me cough. You understand? That's wrong. You telling me that I must do as you say, not as I do. Because they're doing all sorts of things. You can see what's going on in the news. You read in the news every day. You see what's happening. When a COA was called and them were told not to have a COA now during the pandemic, but yes, still you do COA and us. Oh, we are dogs? To me, that's what we're being treated as right now, dogs. Our forefathers worked hard to get where we are today. The toil, the work, the sweat. Every member of this House Assembly, every leader, worked hard to put us where we are today. We have made mistakes along the way, yes, but that's part of growing. When you're a baby, you get up and you walk, you get a fall, you have to get up and go again and continue walking. That's how you learn to walk. You learn to speak the same way, you start bubbling words, then you start to speak. So you're saying to us that we cannot learn from our mistakes? That's what you're saying to us here? What got us here? Surely wasn't in the UK. We got ourselves here. We as people working together to build this little nation. And we have to continue working together to build this nation instead of fighting against each other. The one thing the CIA should have taught us is that we need to work together, not fight against each other. You see, what people don't realize, you can have a strategy. You always have a game plan. And it's to turn us against each other. That's one. They also have the plan where this, if you read what this bill was saying to us in terms of the public register, and it's showing you that you're actually trying to dispatch all of our people on boards and positions where they're going to say, no, I don't want a position, to bring in their own. That's the plan. Because guess what? We as local businessmen, anyone want to declare this, declare that. We as people going to be on the board, don't want nobody to know my business. Civil servants don't want nobody to know all the business. How much money you're making, who's your clients. So who else you going to bring to run these boards? Who else you going to bring to be the permanent secretary? Who else you going to bring to be in these high positions? Tell me. It have to be somebody who's not from here, right? Who don't have no interest here. That's the plan. And I'm happy to see that we have decided to sit down and think this over. This is not a rush. A rush thing should happen now. We cannot. We should not. It's like we're being held hostage. And if we don't do something, this could happen. That needs to be removed, Madam Speaker. That needs to be removed from over our head. It is wrong. You cannot hold some overhead and then tell us we must come discuss a constitution review, and you already have some over our head. Who's going to say yes? Madam Speaker, the people at BVI have to realize something. We have to charter our own destiny, and we have to do it together. We have to stop fighting. When you go on the radio and we're talking, talk about empowering our own BVI landlords instead of bringing them down. The only way we're going to fight this thing is together, not against each other. And those who are there talking about bring the UK, that's because they know what they want. It's their own personal interest of what some of them want. When you listen to some of them, it's like they're the one who going on in the same governor office, sit down and talking with them. Because they know they want their business to succeed. And it's so funny that when you could go to governor yourself and speak to the governor, and he make it sound as if you as a leader, your words is not credible. But the public and the different companies' voice is credible. And I'm saying that because I felt that way when I spoke to the governor. Madam Speaker, this is a country, place that believe in God. And we have to continue praying and praying and praying and keep the faith. We cannot be afraid to make decisions, but we have to involve the people in everything that we do. We have to make sure, let the people know what is going on. We cannot come to the people for help if they don't know what's happening. It can't be after. We have to work together. For us to get through this, we have to work together. With that, I'll say thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I now recognize the Deputy Premier Minister for Communications and Work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to lend my voice to the debate quickly. I had the ability to second the motion in terms of removing the Register of Interest Act from the order paper. And Madam Speaker, as it was discussed today for the various reasons. So I too, want to acknowledge the Premier for bringing this motion after having consultation with the public officers, some that wrote. I know he was engaged in a meeting with the entire public service, and their voices and their concerns were heard and they were met. And I think this is basically through democracy playing out here in this House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, and I'm just happy to be a part of that in support. I know the debate has gone into various directions today in terms of where we are as a people, where we are as a country, and what we intend to do about where we are. Madam Speaker, I have had the opportunity to also go out throughout the community, having conversations with persons pertaining to the framework regarding the recommendation from the COI. We've heard quite a few perspectives in terms of what should be done, how it was done, the haste at the results, and noting that we are in a very peculiar position. Madam Speaker, sometimes when you hear the passions of our people of this territory speaking about what we should do as a territory in going forward, coming out of these recommendations, I always sit back, being new to politics. This is my third year in this House of Assembly. But I know when the conversations came up, I always said, and this stemmed from the previous premier, I always said that, we are here for a reason. And the makeup of this House of Assembly is God's doing, because when you look around and, we hear people speak about Article 73 and where we're at. I always said that, Premier, you were actually a former teacher. The now Premier is a teacher. We have other teachers in the House of Assembly and pastors, a pastor as well. So I think we are positioned for a time to speak to the people and let the people of this territory understand what is at stake. We are governed by the UK, and we understand that. And the Article 73 explains the process in us getting to either one of the three stages of self-determination, whether it's integration, whether it's free association, or directly to independence. But just like the member for the Fourth, he highlighted quite a few things, and I know the public would understand where he's coming from. We have a job to do, and we must bring the people along. I know on one of the meetings they were asking about referendum, and there's a referendum act and certain things that we need to do. But the people need to understand what is at stake. I had a conversation with a person from the Caribbean one time, and was telling me that I'm not sure why the BVI is afraid to take the next step. The BVI is far more advanced than many of the other Caribbean territories that took that step to the next step. So they're not sure why we shouldn't also take that approach. But I know the people, we need to be educated and understand how to get there. What will be the benefits? What would be the causes? Now I know we're here with this register of interest because of what was highlighted in the COI. And a lot of those matters that were highlighted, we call them homegrown issues. And with those issues, those homegrown issues, we have, and we should have homegrown solutions. Meaning, we understand where we're at, what we did wrong, and we should be able to address them and fix them. And, we are actually on that trajectory to take this territory or put this territory on the right trajectory. Because we know our history, we know where we came from. We did it all to get us here. But we as leaders, we should be the ones spearheading that process. we should be the one spearheading that process because, the people, they elected us to be here. They saw in us where we could lead them, and they have given us that ability. So, I don't want it to seem that as if, we are just doing what they ask of us without an end solution. We always speak about self-governance and good governance and self-determination. I just heard the member for the night mention that he heard the governor say, what is being done now will actually assist us with self-determination. So we should not separate the two. We should actually combine them. We should actually, link the two together, self-determination with good governance. Because as we now move to our constitutional review, that is 5 years late, the 10-year time frame that we should be doing our constitution. It was actually 15 years ago, and we're hoping with our new constitution that we continue to advance. And this direction should be a collective decision, a clear reflection of where we want to be as a territory. No, I heard the member for the Fourth say that now is not the right time with putting the reforms in place, with speaking to the Constitution. But just like the government, we have to be able to balance, because we are on some stringent timeline, Madam Speaker. But we still have to continue to carry out the affairs of this country on a daily basis. So, as the government has put in place the implementation unit and adding all the resources for these reforms, the constitutional review we should gather the information and move forward in terms of advancing our constitution to where we want to be as a territory. So I know we are passionate people, and yes, there are some persons that share different views, but that is what happened in a democratic society. You have people for and people against. But we need to understand what the masses would say. So these reforms should be used as a starting point to get us to somewhere. That somewhere should be decided by us, the people. And in terms of this register of interest, this new bill, and this bill was brought to cabinet by the governor, crafted by the governor, deputy governor's office, and we are the messengers to get it passed to the House. And when we were able to review the bill, because just like the haste that we have to, and the stringent timeline, this was a bill that came, with less resource on the cabinet members, and now having the ability to be here in the House of Assembly to debate it. And Madam Speaker, there are certain things in the bill that, persons have reached out and asked, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of that? The bill that is brought by a private member in the House of Commons or the House of Lords in the UK, is that the direction we want to go in terms of certain things in that bill, where we see it says partners and various things? And Madam Speaker, no, I'm saying that because those things are not recognized here in the territory, and those are things that, we must have a discussion about. I'm not one to discriminate, but, we need to understand what we are passing here in this House of Assembly. And I am happy, Madam Speaker, that we decide to remove this bill so that we can have further dialogue. Because with all the other concerns in the bill, which are many, we think it's necessary for us to go through it properly and understand what is the intended plan or outcome for the bill. But Madam Speaker, I just want to again acknowledge the Premier, acknowledge the public officers for actually contributing through the emails and the discussion and voicing their concerns pertaining to this bill. And what was agreed upon in the recommendation from the COI is that, and we all agreed, we all agreed in the COI that as members that we should make the registers public. And, we are committed to doing that for elected officials, and that is the goal of this House of Assembly. And, we hope to receive this bill at another time once it's properly dissected and brought back. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to just lend my voice to support the removing of this bill and being able to address those concerns. So, with those few words, Madam Speaker, I say thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had a motion to withdraw this bill from the order paper, and I'm somewhat surprised that something that some members of the public didn't even know could be debated, including some past members of the House, surprisingly. We've gone from an item that persons didn't know could be debated to a very long debate on the withdrawal of a bill from the order paper. And I would say interesting debate, and of course, a debate related to what we are doing as it pertains to the implementation of the recommendations of the COI report. And Madam Speaker, I don't plan to be long, but it's important before this debate ends that I use the opportunity to help the public to understand what it is we are doing. This is a teachable moment, Madam Speaker, so I'm just going to go through it very quickly because really it is not that complicated. It's something that is easy to understand. But if we don't develop a very clear vision of what we're doing and where we're going, it's going to be difficult for us to get there, and we'll be pulling in all different types of directions. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to have the last word on the withdrawal of this bill. I think a privilege afforded to the Premier. Madam Speaker, when I was younger, I used to pray for wisdom. I would be very fond of the book of Proverbs, written by Solomon. It always resonated with me, and I always used to pray for wisdom more than silver or gold. And I believe this is a situation, Madam Speaker, that we need to use wisdom. We need to be wise. Madam Speaker, we've spoken today about democracy. What we're essentially fighting for is democracy. But the people of the Virgin Islands should know, so I say it's a teachable moment, that we do not have a full measure of democracy in the Virgin Islands. We are a colony. We don't like to use that word, but that's the truth. We are a colony of the United Kingdom. It doesn't mean that we should lay down and we have no rights. It doesn't mean that. But it does mean that the United Kingdom has a certain level of power and authority based on the laws which established this constitution, which is an order of the United Kingdom Parliament. And we cannot mislead people into thinking that we have a full measure of democracy here, because we do not have a full measure of democracy. Now, we had a report that was written on the Virgin Islands, a COI report. It's a report that doesn't have to be accepted by anybody else except for the governor and the United Kingdom. They're the only ones who have to accept it. Based on that report, that report recommended that our Constitution be partially suspended, and that the House of Assembly and Cabinet be dissolved, and the governor have all legislative and executive authority. That means the governor becomes the Minister of Finance, he becomes the Minister of Health, he becomes the Minister of Communications and Works. He'll be responsible for all the day-to-day decisions in the running of the government, and of course, he can, if he wishes to, consult with an advisory council that he would set up. Okay? And the United Kingdom government was prepared to suspend the Constitution. And what we essentially did, Madam Speaker, is fought for democracy. We fought for the opportunity to be able to participate in the process of implementing reforms. Now, the first thing we had to come to grips with, and I believe it's something that we have to come to grips with here in the Virgin Islands, is whether there was something being done that needed to be fixed. That's the first thing we have to come to grips with. Because it's not my intention simply to implement recommendations on behalf of the United Kingdom. That is not what I intend to do. And persons can speak about the fact that you have to stand before the people for election. Madam Speaker, my main goal, my ultimate goal here is to do what I believe is in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. It's not to be re-elected. That's not my main goal. My main goal, and it's the only purpose for me putting myself forward as a servant for the people, is not to try to maintain my job as a legislator. It is to do what I believe is in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. And I know very well that we worked very hard to build the Virgin Islands to where it is today. Because my elders, my ancestors were a part of that. And I'm proud to say, Madam Speaker, that I descend from the people of Nottingham Estate, who were one of the first free communities in the Western Hemisphere in 1776. In June 1776, became a free people. I'm proud of the fact, Madam Speaker, that I descend from those persons in Langlook who marched and who fought when they seized a vessel from one of the persons there. And we were so big and bad and bold that the governor had to run to St. Thomas because of how we were getting on in Langlook. Christopher Fleming and others. I'm proud of the history we have of standing up for our rights. I'm proud of that. And I'm proud of all we did here before there were anyone here who came from any other place to join us here and reside here. When my mother and father were born in 1945 and 46, the population of the Virgin Islands was under 7,000 people. And it's those persons who were here for centuries before anyone else got here. And we built the place, and persons came and joined us, and they helped us to build. And we're grateful for that. But nobody can tell me that everything awful was happening here. But the reality is, and we have to come to grips with this, over the years we have developed some bad habits. Like any other people, that is true. But we have to come to the reality and understanding that there is something here that needs to be fixed. And we have people in the Virgin Islands, they watch the Commission of Inquiry hearings, and even before that, they've been complaining for years about one thing or the other. So in the position that I am in, Madam Speaker, I have to look at the situation, I have to look at the report, and I have to say, is there anything here? And I have to search myself deep in my heart. Is there anything here that reveals that we need to make some improvements? And if indeed there's something there where we need to make some improvements, Madam Speaker, I think that we as Virgin Islanders should take ownership of the process and decide for ourselves, yes, we have to make reform. We have to make reform. We cannot use an excuse that another place is not doing well, or another place is, they have failures in their democracy as an excuse for us not to reform ours. We have to reform our home in the best interest of not of anybody else except for our people. Now this is the key, Madam Speaker, and this is why the people have to be involved in the process, which is what we fought for. We fought for the elected representatives to be a part of the process. And the reason why the elected representatives must be a part of the process and that we fight for democracy is so that the people have a voice. So that the people have a voice. Because I can guarantee you, I've spoken to many persons from the Turks and Caicos Islands where the Constitution was suspended, which is something we have to remind persons of when they say they won't suspend the Constitution. So why they did it in Turks and Caicos and they wouldn't do it here? because some of them say, I think, irresponsibly and recklessly that we're going to burn down something here. If we really think it through and not think with our ego, not express ourselves with our ego and use our thought process, we will know that there's not going to be some kind of, what's the word, some violent revolution in the Virgin Islands. I don't believe that to be the case. But it doesn't mean that we can't stand up and demand that our rights are respected. But we have a very clear pathway to removing ourselves from the situation. It's not like apartheid South Africa, where persons had to take up arms and fight. That's not the situation we're in. Okay, we have a clear pathway if we so choose. The choice is ours. So, Madam Speaker, we argued for the opportunity for people's voices to be heard in the process. That's what we argued for. Because I guarantee you that had this been a situation of direct rule, I don't care if it's Civil Service Association, I don't care if it's this person or that person, you're not going to have the influence on the process that you would have through your elected representatives. And this is what happens today is a demonstration of that very fact. And persons should not lose sight of it, especially persons who believe that we are just passing recommendations on behalf of the United Kingdom, and that there's no difference between this situation and direct rule. Nothing could be further from the truth. We are fighting for democracy, and we all have to defend democracy. And that brings us to this bill, Madam Speaker. It is important that persons understand very clearly that what we committed to passing by June 30th, persons in the public must understand that what we committed to was making the existing register public for elected officials. We cannot get past that point. We cannot be leading our people to believe that we intended to pass a bill on them that they were not consulted on. We cannot allow persons to believe that. That was not the situation, and that was not the case, and every elected member in this House knows that. We were just supposed to, by June 30th, make the existing register public. That's what we had committed to do. However it happened, a new bill came to HOA for 3 readings. We must not let the public think that this new bill we had approved for 3 readings. The 3 readings, the 1, 2, 3, were for the existing register that the members have to declare presently to go 1, 2, 3. Anybody who's misleading the public to think that we were coming 1, 2, 3 with a new bill on public servants that they did not have an opportunity to see is being disingenuous. We cannot allow the people in the public to believe that. That is not the truth. It's a new bill. It should have an introduction, a first reading, and it should be made public to be consulted on. And the ministry who is responsible, the leader of the opposition made this point, the ministry who is responsible for bringing it has a responsibility to consult with stakeholders on it. And the leader of the opposition, I believe, already made it clear who had the responsibility to do that. And we should not allow our people to believe that this is something that the elected officials was doing. That is wrong. That is wrong. And that's something that I won't sit down here and allow. So we had this new bill. And of course, there was some discussion when we recognized that this applied to many public officers when our commitment was just for elected officials. There was some discussion as to whether we could restrict the schedule just to elected officials and to remove the aspects of the bill that caused a challenge. There was some discussion about that. But when we looked at, of course, the excitement that the bill caused and the fact that the debate would go long, and we had commitments. I, for one, know I had a graduation for Francis Letsom that I was not prepared to miss. We collectively decided to recess the House, as opposed to this, I would say, sham of a story that one or two members stopped the whole process. Those things are not true. We collectively decided to recess the House, and given the information that we all learned on the same day, June 30th, we decided before we went any further, we must consult public officers. We've been fighting for democracy. It's the elected representatives who said, let's talk to the public officers. Let's give them an opportunity to have a voice. And then I'm here reading nonsense headlines about unity government slam by whoever. Nonsense. We have been fighting for the people to have a voice. We the one who stopped the process and said, let's make sure that the people have an opportunity to make their views known. And we went to the public servants, we had a meeting, they spoke loudly and they spoke clearly. We asked them, they didn't do it on their own, we asked them to email us. Email us your views, email us your concerns so we can have something in writing. This is democracy, that they can have something in writing. We can have something in writing that we can say, look, public servants are saying that they need more time. Public servants are raising these issues. This is how democracy functions and democracy works. And public servants or anybody in the public cannot expect that you can sit down on your bottoms and lay back and things will work in your favor and in your interest. You have to get up and you have to make your voice known. That is democracy. We've been going around and having public meetings all over the place. Person saying, well, you already agreed the framework, why are you coming and speaking to me now? He's coming to you to speak to you now because of this very same thing we're debating now with this Public Register of Interest Act. We're saying that each and every recommendation must be consulted on with the public, and we want you to get involved. We want you to raise your voice. We want you to email. We want you to write. We want you to have meetings. We want you to read the legislation because this is your home. The Virgin Islands is your home. And you have a right to be a part of the conversation, and you have a right for your elected representatives to represent your views in the House of Assembly, in Cabinet, and wherever else. You have a right. That is called democracy, and that is what I am fighting for. And if the public out there decided to themselves, guess what? We want you all to expose everything that you have. then it's my choice as to whether I want to be elected representative or not. But that's what the people want. Some one of them will run for election and they'll expose it. And that's the way that democracy works. And it really doesn't, it's really not a matter of what's right or what's wrong. Maybe in a different country they make that decision. Maybe someplace else they make a different decision. But ultimately it should reflect what the people want, and maybe what the people want changes over time. But I don't represent myself, I represent people. And what the people want is important. And if my values don't reflect the people's values, and I cannot represent the people based on my values, then it's my choice to walk away or step down. But the people's rights must be recognized, and that is called democracy. And we do not have a full measure of democracy here. That's why we are having the fight that we are having. And for me, it doesn't make any sense for us to tell the United Kingdom, you can't tell us what to do. I'm going to tell you where to go. Is that wisdom? It's not wisdom. It is not wisdom because guess what? The United Kingdom does have the power to suspend the Constitution. And you could jump high, you could jump low. They have the power to do it. Now, what is better, in my opinion, as opposed to taking a stance, and trust me, nobody knows more history of colonialism than I do. And I went all over the world fighting against it and proclaiming that all persons on the earth should be free. I've done more marches than anybody. I march in the United States, I march in the United Kingdom, I march at home. Nobody have done more marches than me. Nobody know the history more than I do of colonialism. Nobody hates colonialism more than I do. The question for you is, the question for the public is, this is what the public has to search themselves about. Are you content continuing with the situation as it is? And if you're not content, there are remedies. And nobody is rushing anybody, but the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. It begins with a step. Start taking steps. Start taking steps if that's where you want to go. And guess what? Reform is an important part of the step. Reforming your systems, your institutions, not based on what somebody else wants you to do, but what you see and know is the right thing to do. That's an important part of the step in preparing yourself to come out of this situation. And you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You can't say you want to be in a colonial situation, but when you start feeling colonial things, you're unhappy about it. And like I said before, it's not that you have no rights at all. The same Article 73 speaks about how you deal with persons who have not achieved the self-governing status and the responsibilities of the United Kingdom, which is our administering power, to us in that situation. So we have the rights. And we have been going to the United Nations C24 meetings so that our rights can be respected as a non-self-governing territory. Even when some people criticizing you for going and saying you're trying to go independent behind our back. We need to take some time to educate ourselves. Stop listening to foolishness on the radio. Well, not everything on the radio is foolishness. I'm just talking about a few specific individuals. So take time to educate yourself. Take time to educate yourselves about your status, about how you're respected in this situation. The United Nations Decolonization Committee, the committee set up to help to safeguard the rights of non-self-governing territories, that we have to report to them our progress towards one of 3 options which reflect self-determination. And it's not just independence. You can have integration. You can have freedom of association with another state. Educate yourselves. Let's educate ourselves about whether we can have US currency. Of course, you can have US currency if you're independent. US currency is legal tender in a bunch of places which are independent. Educate yourselves about how it might affect the financial services industry. You have the United Kingdom trying to force us to do things which will actually hurt financial services. Educate yourselves. This is the route you take if you want to be out of this situation, not just beating your chest and shouting loud. We must use our minds. We must use wisdom to free ourselves of the situation that we are in today. If that is truly what it is we say that we want. Madam Speaker, that's my only agenda. That's my only goal. That's the only thing that I am busting my butt up early in the morning, going to sleep late at night, working hard to do. To act in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. And of course, the people of the Virgin Islands, soon enough, because we fought for it, will have the opportunity to express the direction they want to go and the approach they want to take with the United Kingdom in an election. Because we fought for the opportunity for people to have an election. And then people will go out and they'll vote and they'll decide what they want to do and where they want to go. And that's the right of the people to make those type of decisions. But until then, we will continue on the process of reform. And it doesn't mean that mistakes will not be made along the way. But we have to stay true to our principles. And one of the key principles that we all agree on is that the people must be involved. Democracy must be respected. The integrity of the legislative process must be respected. And I don't see how the United Kingdom or anyone else can counter an argument such as that. So yes, we missed the deadline, this June 30th deadline. And of course, we will have to discuss how we resolve that. What we will do is we will bring back the existing Register of Interest Act 2006. We will make that public. We will add the penalties for not declaring on time. And then, of course, we'll engage in a conversation with the people of the Virgin Islands, with public officers, with persons in statutory bodies, other public bodies, about the measures that we should take as it pertains to registration of interest and what it is we're seeking to achieve and what balance we have to strike between persons' individual rights, their rights to privacy, and of course, their rights not to be exposed unnecessarily and to even, be subject to security risks, etc. That's the conversation we'll have. And we'll take our time with that, and we will bring other examples of countries and territories where they register their interests, and we'll see what works best for us here in the Virgin Islands. And I just want to, before I sit, Madam Chair, and the question is put to the members of the House, show a great deal of appreciation to the members of the Unity Government and the whole House who are engaging in this process. This is democracy. And though we have some tough issues that we're confronting, I'm very happy. I'm very happy that the member for the Fourth, for example, said he's going to be a part of a lot of debates. I'm very happy about that. Because this is democracy and people deserve to hear all sides of it, and they deserve to be able to make a choice based on all they've heard and all they've researched. And I want to express my great appreciation to all the members of the House who debated and all of the members of the House who continue to be engaged in this process on behalf of the people. Madam Speaker, I thank you, and of course I am grateful for the support that the members have expressed for withdrawing this bill from the order paper. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. A motion has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Register of Interest Act 2022 be withdrawn. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is passed. Madam Clerk.
Item number 8. 8.2, private members' business. Item number 9, other business.
I recognize the leader of the opposition.
Madam Speaker, remember what time you got to leave? I see a meeting here tonight, so I'm just checking. Madam Speaker, as you've heard earlier, and I'm sure you are aware that all is not well in the BVI. And for many reasons, Madam Speaker, all is not well. There are other things happening in the BVI besides the Commission of Inquiry and its report. And while it may be the most important thing, we have to ensure that other things don't get slipped under the rug. Not intentionally, but by course of events, events overtake certain things. Madam Speaker, our society has some weaknesses in it that needs to be addressed. And I speak of the state of mental illness in the territory, Madam Speaker. Some months ago, we all witnessed the horror on film of an individual parading the streets of Roetown, smashing car glass, primarily the windshield and the back screen and the windscreen front. And to those of us who were away from the situation, we just saw it as an incident. But to those who were involved, meaning the owners of the cars and those who were around, it must have been horrifying. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, that is a syndrome of something bigger. It's bigger than just that. Mental illness is something that you have difficulties to understand unless it is something that affects you. People are sedated and you don't even know that they're ill mentally. You just see them in another world, kind of. I remember walking the streets of New York and seeing people on the sidewalk, and you know they've been there for that's the way they live, that's how they live, because of the color of their clothes and the skin and everything. But it doesn't dawn on you that these people are ill. You just think that we call them vagrants, but it's an illness. And that's a reflection of societal abandonment. They've been abandoned by society. It's called out of sight, out of mind. The people who are responsible for caring for those folks are not there with them. They just turn them loose from the facilities on the street. They can become dangerous at times. And I don't know what the flashpoint is, but there's a flashpoint, and they can become dangerous. That young man, he decided to vent his frustration, his anger, or whatever you call it, on vehicles. It could have been on an individual. Had he seen an individual who was vulnerable enough and defenseless, he might have taken that frustration out on that person. I have not heard anything since regarding that. And I haven't heard anything since regarding the individual. As a matter of fact, I didn't hear anything about the individual except for the videos that people post in social media. Then, Madam Speaker, someone who is related to me working at the Pier Park as a security guard with a partner. He went to just speak to someone who was doing something that he considered to be vandalism. And the discussion got a little heated, maybe. And the next thing he knew is that he was in the hospital where this guy beat him with his own flashlight. He tripped, fall, the guy took his flashlight and beat him over the head with it. Took several stitches. Days later, the same person was on the streets up at Right Where, I understand, displaying the same level of anger. This is a mentally ill person on our streets. I'm not blaming the person, Madam Speaker. I'm not blaming the person or persons. I'm blaming the system. The system. Then, some days ago, a young man called me seeking assistance. And I'm trying to ask him, well, what's the issue? He told me he was at a facility, sitting, and the next thing he know, the people around him started running. When he looked, he saw someone waving a machete. He put his hand up, and the person proceeded to use the machete. Well, from that altercation, he ended up in Barbados having to have his hand reattached and all the rest of it. Madam Speaker, I've been involved in trying to get that same individual out of Tortola for assistance, not the one who got hurt, but the perpetrator, for assistance a few years ago. I came this close to being successful. But listen to this. The individual decided they don't want to leave, they don't want to go, despite their parents' insistence that they go. But what did the system say? The system said if the individual decide not to go, then there's nothing they can do. That's what the system said. Now who should be held liable for any altercation this individual get into? Shouldn't it be the system? Now what they're going to do is arrest the individual who is ill and treat him like a common criminal, even though they're ill. An illness that could have been dealt with, and this incident could have been avoided. Now, society at large out there listening, but the society that I want hearing this is this society here, who's responsible for making things like this happen. There is a minister responsible for the subject that the authorities who are responsible for doing this are a part of. If the requirement is that we bring legislation, we have legislation, I think the one for the Commission of Inquiry is 18 something. I heard the Premier say last night, 18, or night before? Last night, 18 something? Yeah. 1843. I don't know. I wasn't born yet, right? 1843. I mean, it's not the Attorney General's responsibility to go through the different ministries looking for the legislation and start trying to update them. I think the ministries who has responsibility for the laws governing their ministry should make an attempt to get their legislation revised and bring that to the attention of the Attorney General to get these legislation revised. Nothing that is from 1843 could be relevant today. Except, of course, if you're talking about so, Madam Speaker, it's like you come here, you talk about these things. You know what I think, Madam Speaker? I think that every minister that comes to this House of Assembly should have at least one person here that take notes. Because I remember, we do have a secretariat now in the Premier's office. But I remember when I asked for that secretariat to be established was that because when ministers travel to conferences, despite all the excitement at the conference, despite all that you've digested and you feel that could help your territory, when you get back to Tortola, you get back into the thing that's here, that puts that out, all that information out of mind, out of sight. So we needed a secretariat to follow up on the events that took place at the various seminars. But what is happening here in the House of Assembly, they can get it from the Hansard, Madam Speaker. But the ministries are not doing that. These things are important that we bring to the House of Assembly for the development and furtherance of the territory. Mental illness. It's a serious situation that we have. We need to deal with it. Madam Speaker, with the events that are taking place across the globe, particularly in Europe, there's been some serious spikes in the cost of fuel, fossil fuel, especially gasoline and diesel. And it would be unfair for anyone to assume that the BVI Electricity Corporation is not being impacted negatively by these spikes. And you can see it at the pumps. By driving by the streets, you can see the prices changing upwards almost daily. So people out there are concerned about the rising cost of the electricity bills. I'm saying it here, Madam Speaker, because our government, like governments everywhere, has a responsibility to its citizens to ensure that they have an opportunity to live a decent life, and that they shouldn't have to choose between paying the electricity bill and giving their child milk. So I want the Premier and his ministers who are responsible for the cost of electricity to take a look and see what impact this war and cost of fuel is having on the cost of electricity, and how is it impacting people. Remember, Madam Speaker, constituents in the 5th can't go to their representative anymore and ask for relief on the electricity bill. I used to pay some of those. I would no longer be able to do it unless I'm independently wealthy like the member for the 9th. And I guess the Minister for Social Development would tell the people, all of my folks who I used to ably assist, how he intends to help them since they changed the system on us. But this is when the various ministries who are responsible for education, whether it's an educational grant, health ministry who deals with matters of health and people need assistance with medical conditions. This is when the ministry is going to have to step up. But it's not going to happen unless the ministers, well, I don't even want to say the ministers get involved, because the whole idea is getting elected people out of the business. So somehow we're going to have to find a way to assist our constituents in accessing the various assistance that they're going to need. So, Madam Speaker, that being said, let me get to the real reason that I'm here today. The real reason. Madam Speaker, I'm here today because of this Commission of Inquiry report and the recommendations that they made. And I'm glad because the Premier and his team was out and they came to the 3rd District last night. I know that he came there last night to speak about the Commission of Inquiry and the recommendations and his proposal and how he's going to see to the enactment of these recommendations. And I'm sure that he had an earful of things other than that as well. Because there are issues. I mean, we have issues. But I still don't believe, even with what the Premier came out with last night, and is around the territory educating the public on, he's educating them on the recommendations and how he is going to see to them being implemented. But I told the people last night, I said, you don't know. You don't know the ramifications of of these recommendations. You just don't know. I said, there is a monster out there. And you're not going to recognize it if you pass it on the street because you don't know it. Someone has to tell you what it is. And they're yearning to hear what it is. I will attempt now, Madam Speaker, to just peel a layer off it, to let people know what the real monster is. It's not, the real monster isn't the 47 recommendations after the first one. It's the one before the 47, Madam Speaker, that make up the 48. And recommendation number 1, Madam Speaker, A1, temporary partial suspension of the Constitution. Now, as the Premier said, that only the governor and the United Kingdom government has to accept these recommendations. But I limit it just to the governor himself because the governor is the one who appointed the commission, whose job it is to make recommendations to the governor. The governor in this case, Madam Speaker, is, I don't know what to call him. I don't want to call him a dictator because that's not true. It's not true. He's like a monarch. You do what you want, how you want, if you want. He's above the law. Because, and I'm not making this up, because everything you read when it comes to the governor, it says except the governor. And that's in the Constitution as well. No action taken by the governor should be challenged in a court of law. Those are the kind of language that are associated with the word governor. Madam Speaker, all people just don't know. They don't know. And recommendation number 1, partial suspension of Constitution, it says, when it says I, it means the commissioner. I recommend partial suspension of the Constitution by the dissolution of the House of Assembly, the cessation of ministerial government, and necessary consequential suspension of provisions of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, you know what that means? The dissolution of the House of Assembly. The 13 members that the people of the territory elected. I'm sure every one of you, including myself, went to the polls we had challengers. None of us walked up to the polls unopposed. Only person probably come close to that was a member for the fort. He's so popular, nobody want to run against him. Madam Speaker, we all had to present ourselves, present our case, and work to convince the people in our districts to elect us. And with the stroke of a pen, I'll show you where that stroke, the power for that stroke comes from. It's right in here. With a stroke of a pen, Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly is to be dissolved. And out of that House of Assembly came 5 ministers that formed the ministerial government. And they too, the cessation of ministerial government. This is what a person who was appointed as a commissioner came to the BVI and for months interviewed a whole bunch of people, including myself. And this is what he concluded. And it's not like it was recommendation number 26, Madam Speaker, somewhere in there like I was thinking of other things and here's what I also think should happen. It's the first one. If you don't see something in this, then you're not looking. The first one. Then it continues for an initial period of 2 years. During that period, I recommend direct rule by the governor with such assistance as he considers appropriate. Example, an advisory council to advise him on the formulation of policy and exercise of his functions. That council should reflect BVI civic society. The advisor to the governor should be an advisory council, and it should reflect BVI civic society. I guess this House of Assembly does not represent BVI civic society. I guess so, because if it did, Madam Speaker, what they would have done was have an elected advisory council. So they go to the polls just like we did. And from among them who got elected, they would be his advisors. What was the big deal in doing that? How long does it take for us to conduct an election from the time the House is dissolved to the time of the election? The supervisor of election requested 21 days, Madam Speaker, 21 days from the dissolution of the House to the date of the polls. So they could have elected an advisory council if they really wanted to reflect. The meaning of reflect BVI civic society is what I think it is. It certainly isn't that, else they would have gone to the polls to decide who they are. In the period of the temporary constitutional arrangement, I also recommend and urge the governor to draw primarily upon the pool of public service talent in the BVI to advise and aid him. In that period, the governor should have all necessary executive powers, including the power to make any public appointments. I recommend that there should be a return of ministerial government and an elected House of Assembly as soon as practicable, and the governor should regularly and at least every 6 months take advice from any advisory council and or from whom otherwise he considers appropriate as to the earliest practicable date on which such government can resume. The governor shall publish a report on that issue at least once every 6 months. That's the recommendation of the commissioner from the commissioner, Madam Speaker, of inquiry. Madam Speaker, following up on the suspension of the Constitution, the temporary partial suspension of the Constitution, the British government, Madam Speaker, proceeded to lay an order before the council, which was passed. The council has approved an order. And we have the copy of that order, Madam Speaker. It's the Caribbean and North Atlantic Territories, Virgin Islands Constitution, Interim Amendment Order 2022. It says, Her Majesty, in exercise of her powers conferred upon her by Section 5 and 7 of the West Indies Act 1962(1), and of all other powers enabling her to do so, is pleased by and with the advice of her Privy Council to order as follows. Madam Speaker, I'm going to take some time here today because whatever I know, my people should know. Whatever we know, our people should know. And it is unfair for them not to know. It's unfair. All I was hearing last night is that, tell us. If you know it, tell us. Don't hide anything from us. Tell us. And I intend to have some public meetings, Madam Speaker, whether it's going to be as leader of the opposition is having public meetings regarding this matter. Definitely in my district as district representative, I'll have public meetings. As soon as I get my community center, of course, and say that I need a facility. To order as follows, Madam Speaker. Citation, construction, and commencement. 1. This order may be cited as the Virgin Islands Constitution Interim Amendment Order 2022 and shall be construed as one with the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 27. 2. In this order, referred to as the 2007 Order and the Virgin Islands Constitution Amendment Order 2001, 2015, 3. This order shall come into force on such day as the governor acting in his or her discretion. So you have to, yeah. All right.
Point of order. Madam Speaker, the substantive topic, turn your mic. The substantive topic of which the member has raised is more than any other business item. I think that the honorable member for the Fort has clearly stated that we should have a special meeting because I have in East End, how do we say it? A whacker thing to say? A lot of things to say concerning this. And I really do appreciate the member bringing it up. But this seems like a 12 o'clock night here because I'm saying we can't leave him alone out there and the people thinking, well, he's the only one who is thinking about it because I have lots of notes to think. So I am wondering whether or not the honorable member will consider doing just a summary of what he may have today and then have a dedicated meeting, public. I ain't talking about no private member meeting, dedicated meeting to, as the honorable member for the Fort had stated, to debate, look at, bring out the points raised in the Commission of Inquiry. I think it should have been done before, but we are where we are now. So that's my particular point. I really would like to have full airing of it, but I don't think it is any other business section. It's too important to be termed any other business. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my aim was not to get into the 48 recommendations, but I was concerned more than anything as to a suspension of the I was concerned more than anything to a suspended constitution and direct rule under the governor. If the Premier is amenable to us coming back to the House, I'm not talking in a protracted period, I'm talking about right away, and have a dedicated sitting for this issue. And I ain't done yet. And I moved a motion to debate the bill, not the bill, but debate the issue. I have no problem sitting down and waiting until that time. But I don't want to see that the opportunity gets passed up, that we say we're going to do it and it never happens, and the people that are out there starves. It's been going on for too long. I've waited this long to be able to speak to it, and I don't know. I don't know, Madam Speaker, if I would continue now or hear from the Premier, if he has anything to say.
Well, before the Honorable Premier rises, may I ask you? Okay, so Leader of the Opposition may ask, based on what you wish to discuss at this time, how much, or I should say, how much time do you require? Certainly more than an hour. Okay, so thank you. One sec. I recognize the member for the 4th District. Do you have something to say?
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me on a point of information. It is my very clear intention, hopefully I'll be allowed by the Leader of Government Business at the next meeting, regardless, to bring a motion to debate the COI report in this House. That is my intention, clearly. And I hope that that can happen. As the member, as the Leader of Opposition said, we cannot let this slip any longer on all of the things we bring into the House. All of them are important, I know. But this matter is overarching, as it has resulted in an order in the UK Parliament to suspend the Constitution at the discretion of the governor when he wants, at which point he wishes to gazette it. This is an important matter, Madam Madam Speaker, and I really wish to ask the Leader of Government Business to allow a motion that I intend to bring at the next House of Assembly meeting. Thank you very much.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to the point that the member for the 4th made and the Leader of the Opposition, and to the territorial at large opposition member about having a dedicated sitting to debate the Commission of Inquiry report. I have no challenge with that. In fact, I think for this meeting we may have scheduled 2 meetings for this meeting. I believe we were supposed to continue on the 19th if we weren't finished today. I can be corrected if I'm wrong, Madam Speaker. Yeah, but I believe we left the 19th open in case we didn't finish this sitting today.
I don't believe we did.
Madam Speaker, is the 19th open?
I crave your indulgence while we check. While we try to sort this out, I will take a short recess. Thank you. Please be seated. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before the recess, we were discussing when we could have a special sitting to debate the COI report, and we have come up with the 19th of July. So the public would be informed now that on the 19th of July, which is Tuesday coming, we will have a special sit-in where the leader of the opposition will move a motion for the debate of the COI report. And the public will have the benefit of that debate. So, Madam Speaker, hopefully that will satisfy the leader of the opposition as well as the member for the 4th District who made it very clear that he wanted to see such a debate take place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you well know, I was in the process of reporting to the people of the territory what it really meant to have our constitution suspended or partially suspended, whatever that means. And the territory goes under direct rule by the governor. And during that process, Madam Speaker, it was determined by a majority of members, as the Premier just said, that I discontinue my discourse until such time as we bring a substantive motion to the House to debate the entire report, which would include this section of the report, which I think is the most crucial of them all. So, Madam Speaker, I am all in favor of that. That's an agreement that we've reached. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, I'll take 2 minutes or so to speak about a few issues territory-wide. I did mention the issue of mental illness, and there are other things that I would like to raise in this forum, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I came into ports in Roe Town on Sunday, and some employees, workers on the boat, pointed out to me the situation with sargassum at the port, the seaweed. You can avoid looking at it. You don't have to look at it. But the smell, Madam Speaker, you can't run from, can't hide from. It is one thing to have the seaweed there, but it's another to have people subjected to having it be a part of their work environment. There are a few things that I can say, well, excuse the government from. I think in the case of the seaweed, even though it has been around us for the last five years maybe, somewhere around there, because seaweed hasn't been a problem really, so to speak. It was 20 years ago, and then it came back, but now over the last 5 or so years, it has really been an issue. And we haven't been able to come to terms as to exactly how to deal with it. Like everything else in the territory, Madam Speaker, when they go away, we forget about them. The only time we think about things are when, it's like when mosquito season is in, everybody is concerned about screens and all the rest of it. Mosquitoes are gone, and the screens They take the screens out, as a matter of fact. So I want those who are responsible for that to look into it. Right out here in Slaney, the Ministry of Natural Resources did something to alleviate that issue, and I'm thankful for that. But Seacoasburg proper has an issue with seaweed, which we need to deal with. So I guess that these are issues that has to be followed up on. I still continue to talk about issues of water. I mean, there are times when we don't have water for days. I was told this morning that we didn't have any water in Seacoasburg. This is intolerable, Madam Speaker, and it is something that I am convinced that if government makes certain things their priority, they can solve the problem. Government needs to definitely make it a priority in order to solve the problem. You can't solve these problems unless you commit yourself to doing it. You get the resources, you put behind it, and get it done. I also talk about the roads condition. We have to make it a priority and put the resources behind it in order to get them fixed. I talk about, Madam Speaker, the burning in Packwood Pond, the open burning in Packwood Pond. If we don't make it a priority to fix this, it will continue to be an issue. Administration after administration. And these things, it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. And I believe in my heart that there's resources around to get these things fixed. All we need is the will to do it. My concern, Madam Speaker, is that we have 5 ministers in government. And I should remove the Premier and Minister of Finance from that equation because he is the ringleader. Things don't get done in his administration, it's got to be his fault. Because more times than none, money is what makes things happen. Money. My problem is that, and over the years I've observed this and I'm convinced that it is the case, that the Ministry of Finance proper and the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Finance who manipulates the budget and decide where monies go are responsible for the lack thereof of these things that I'm mentioning not getting done. And there's this clever way of doing it that you and I will not detect, Madam Speaker. We will not detect it. Even the very ministers don't detect it. They would assign and we would appropriate monies to a particular subhead for a project. But try getting that project done. Try getting it done. There are so many levels of red tape that it's useless trying. And you know what? We passed the budget in January, and the project they start initiating the project from February all the way down to April. They're still chasing down contractors and good standing certificates and what have you. By the time the certificates and good standing are in, it's September. By the time the project gets done, it's December. So whatever monies you had appropriated for that project for that particular year, they can't get access to it because the funds are not de-reserved. So that whole year's funding is gone. And as soon as the following year opens, whatever money is appropriated for your project, they take it from that. So it's a year gone. Madam Speaker, this is wrong. And I forgot to mention, Madam Speaker, they come back with what they call a provisional budget, where they move money from this to there and all over the place. Somewhere in November they do that. So somewhere along the line, I have asked this administration in its early stages to establish a new committee in the House of Assembly called the PAAC, Public Accounting and Appropriations Committee, which, Madam Speaker, will be responsible for monitoring the expenditures throughout the year on the budget, as opposed to relying on the Public Accounts Committee, which monitors expenditures after the fact. There is no one monitoring the funds that are appropriated in the budget to make sure that the Minister for Communications don't come here asking for $1 million for sewage, and when you look somewhere in August, the $1 million is still sitting there. So Minister, well, what happened? Why are you not using this money? So he'll have to make accounting to the PAAC. That's not happening. So September is still there, and come October, they come in here with a clean-up budget and they take the money and put it somewhere else. And everybody blames the ministers, but it's not the minister's fault. He can't track this kind of resource to its end, to its fruition. So, Madam Speaker, I still am hopeful that these things will be addressed. And Madam Speaker, I just want to mention, because June 30th was the last, and we've had, all of us in the House of Assembly has had district allocation. This district allocation, Madam Speaker, they refer to it as assistance grant. And I hate that word because it gives people a sense of entitlement when they refer to it as assistance grant. Madam Speaker, anyone who knows about it will let you know that when this thing was started, the intent, I don't know, the title might have been the same, but the intent was to do small projects in your district. And over the years, it became something where members were able to give members in the constituency assistance for just about anything. Kids going to school, you help them purchase uniform and school material. You got sporting events, you sponsor a sporting activity. You name it. Funerals, funeral grants. So now that is no longer with us. It's been gone. I don't know. Social development got responsibility for some of it. I would imagine the Ministry of Education will have responsibility for some of it. And of course, health issues, medical, should be going somewhere, I guess. I don't know where. All I know is that it is no longer with us. I feel sorry for our various constituents as to how they're going to maneuver the system. I've had the opportunity to see some of the application forms, and I don't know. Some of these people are paraplegics, quadriplegics, and all, well, you name it, and they can't do anything for themselves, basically. And the people who care for them sometimes could hardly deal with these kind of application forms. So there was a reason, I guess, why district representatives were involved in matters like that, as opposed to leaving it up to the bureaucrats, who I know do a good job, but they just don't have the time and the resources to pay the level of attention that these people are going to need. So as of June 30th, no longer will district representatives be allowed, be able to assist their constituents like they used to. They'll still see us, we'll be around. I mean, we're very resourceful people. We'll find other things to do in order to make sure that our constituents are treated well, as the best we could. So, Madam Speaker, it's in that vein that I offered my contribution here this evening on other business. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I recognize the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I promise that I won't be too long, but I believe this is an important time, and I want to again thank the Premier, Dr. Didiambo Natalia Whitley, for listening and facilitating the request of members for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands as it relates to the Commission of Inquiry report debate, which will take place on the 19th of July, which is next week, Tuesday. Madam Speaker, I just want to take some time to ensure that the people of the 2nd District, to whom I am eternally grateful and owe an enormous amount of gratitude, know that I continue to be humbled by their support to represent them. And as we have made many transitions, especially since May 5th, being given the opportunity to be sworn in as the minister now responsible for natural resources and labor, that I remain committed to the cause, to be their voice and to be concerned and represent their needs. And Madam Speaker, while I am here, I want to ensure from a ministerial standpoint, I know the member and leader of opposition just raised the issue with sargassum within the territory, and he specified within the main ports, the Rotong Jetty there in Rotown. And Madam Speaker, we have, between the Minister of Communication and myself, have agreed that the main ports in Tortola will be addressed very soon. I would allow the minister and not try to steal his thunder to address when that will be tackled. But the areas in Seacows Bay, I know Slaney was addressed, but sargassum, Madam Speaker, is something that is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. It has now become a part of us on a seasonal basis. We have made moves to address and removed, in the first instance, sargassum in Trellis Bay, on Anegada, and in Handsome Bay, Virgin Gorda. And Madam Speaker, we have had an approach in terms of what has been done, even by the previous immediate minister and ministers in the past, as we look towards finding a solution. There are many ideas. I have done some research and pulled some of the information and proposals that have been made to the ministry in terms of how we address the issue once it comes to our shore, and many different proposals on how it can be used for different means and measures, Madam Speaker. And I believe what is important is that a decision be made. And given one of these proposals or options that we have, the opportunity to see what can become, because it is and it can become a quite expensive task. About 2.5 weeks ago, we addressed Trellis Bay, and we know that is back. The harbor is full, even out to the ferry dock. That is full again, and then down in Seacoast Bay Harbor, that is filling up. Handsome Bay, we did some work in Virgin Gorda. We realized, but Madam Speaker, for the time, and especially coming in this late, it came in a little bit later this year than previously, so it is something that we are tackling. I know the Premier Minister of Finance is continuing to work along with me and with the ministry to provide the funding necessary to deal with it. But Madam Speaker, I don't believe in just doing what we've always done, because if we continue to do what we've always done, we'll get the results we've always gotten. So I am hoping to be able to use the monies in a way that one of these options and proposals that have been given to us can be the way that we address and deal with sarcasm when it comes to our shows going forward, that does not cost as much money as it has been. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor, and you'll be hearing at the next available sitting, I will be bringing on behalf of the ministry a few statements to report on the most recent trip that we had in Portugal on the Oceans Conference. Prior to that, I think it was about 3 weeks after being appointed minister, I attended a virtual meeting that was held in St. Vincent, with the comms meeting, and we also have some other discussions as it relates to the addressing of the mammals, the whales that were beached in the island and on the eastern end of Anegada that were disposed of. 2 of the 55 were being able to save. I want to recognize every single partner, Madam Speaker, that joined forces to help and assist and take samples. Even the territorial member of the opposition, I'm not sure if he wants to be recognized in this way, but I will recognize him without calling the amount, Honorable Carvin Malone, who pledged support to help with costs associated with doing so, along with the acting premier, Honorable Kai Raymond, and Premier Natalia Wheatley in his absence, Honorable Shireen Flax Charles, who joined us as well, and the member for the night, who is not behind me, he was traveling at the time. But Madam Speaker, it was indeed a sad occasion. It was a sad event that took place. I believe now the confirmation is almost solidified that this probably is, in fact, the largest sighting of beached pilot whales in the Caribbean region. And it is something that we have to continue to bear against. But we have since set up a hotline to deal with any viewing or sightings of occurrences like this, so we can address it. There is a task force now attached with the partners in Puerto Rico, as well as the partners in the Caribbean region, who are willing to be on guard to assist from any mammals or birds or any marine creatures that we can help save. I want to thank the people of Anegada for being patient, even though there were some issues of frustration, which I do understand and respect, but I believe safety was the order of the day, and the Conch Shell Mouth, the visit to Conch Shell Mouth, was closed and reopened again on yesterday, or Tuesday, sorry, Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, for the residents and swimming population and visitors to enjoy. Madam Speaker, within the ministry that I think I spoke the last time that we were addressing and starting to address the issues that businesses and persons are having with labor. We are working assiduously. The team and I are working to have those issues addressed and hopefully have them rectified, to have change brought about that is realized, that the way that we have been dealing with the work permit situations, the workforce situation within the Labor Department, the complaints and the communication, that those issues and areas will be addressed as soon as humanly possible. Madam Speaker, I will not sleep on it, but I am effecting and hoping to effect change. Madam Speaker, on a lighter and more, I guess, celebratory note, on next week, there are a group of persons coming from the island of Puerto Rico for an event, an annual event, which is, I think, has been interrupted for 2 years based on the COVID-19 pandemic. they are returning to our shores with the Christmas in July. I have been in communication, and on the phone with one of the leaders of that event, Mr. Wally Castro, who's excited to be here. And I believe this year, Madam Speaker, they are hoping and expected to break any record that they have done over the last 10 to 15 years with the amount of boats. They have anticipated there will be some plus 350 to 450 plus boats that will be coming from Puerto Rico to have Christmas in July, starting on the 23rd of July. But a lot of the partners from Puerto Rico, the visitors, have been here since the 4th of July and have continued to enjoy the BVI. And Madam Speaker, this is something that drives and continues to drive the tourism product as well as the economy of the Virgin Islands. And I am happy to have facilitated where I could on my end their processing and welcoming them to the territory together with the Minister of Tourism and their team. Madam Speaker, additionally, on last Friday and Sunday, there were a group of young people here in the British Virgin Islands that took, I would call a calculated risk against some uncertainties in the minds of the people of the Virgin Islands and in the minds of everyone, and they took a risk to put on what I would deem, Madam Speaker, one of the most successful events that I have seen in a long time in this BVI. But, Madam Speaker, it just goes to show that we are all, and we have all we need to accomplish what we want. The One VI Poker Run, Madam Speaker, which was headed by a young man by the name of Dr. Michael Turnbull and Bertram Letsom, and a group of other young boaters and enthusiasts and entrepreneurs, Madam Speaker, got together and they put on a show with over 1,500 persons attending the event, the welcoming event on Friday at the C.B. Robney Tortola Pier Park. And then on Sunday, they had about 200 plus boats registered and over 160 hands played, where they were able to raise some $20,000, Madam Speaker, for identified schools within the territory to provide computers, to provide smart boards, to provide refrigerators and AC units for those schools identified. And Madam Speaker, I must say the Premier was there with me presenting prizes to the winners that were there. And I must say it was a safe event. It was a fun-filled event, Madam Speaker, and it brought a tremendous amount of life and vibrancy to the territory. The island of Just Van Dyke, Foxy's Taboo, was one of the first stops. Then they went to Blunder Bay in Virgin Gorda, and then to the C.B. Robney Tortola Pier Park, and then returned, then Trellis Bay, and then returned to King Garden Bay at Paradise, where the businesses in King Garden Bay, from bridge to bridge, were all beneficiaries of the event there. Persons from as far, boaters from as far as St. Martin and Anguilla came up, as well as Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Some of the dignitaries from neighboring U.S. Virgin Islands were there. I was happy to welcome some of them, as well, Madam Speaker, as the impact that it had with the persons who visited and patronized the hotels and the restaurants within that area. Madam Speaker, I want to commend these young people for taking this risk, but more so having a successful event, and all the partners from Customs to the Ministry of Transportation and Works to the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, to VISAR and Ports Authority. Madam Speaker, I am grateful to everyone for allowing our young people, for allowing our young business people to be able to put on such a marvelous and tremendous event. And it just happened to be in the 2nd District where things happen. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also, while I'm here, still on King Garden Bay, on tomorrow, there is a special event, but the church where I was born and raised and attend, King Garden Bay Baptist Church, is celebrating 60 years of ministerial service to this territory under the leadership of the Reverend Dr. Melvin A. Turnbull, who happens to be a young man that I love and admire. He has known me all my life, and I have known him all of my life as well. Under his leadership with his wife, First Lady Marion Turnbull, and executive pastor, and the family. He's my mentor and friend. But he has pastored the church, Madam Speaker, for some almost 50 plus years. And they're celebrating 60 years. They have been able to birth and help shape a number of churches in this territory. So I want to congratulate them on 60 years of continuous service. That particular church has the longest standing radio broadcast program in the territory, which is now named Life Devotional Broadcast. So I want to congratulate the church, the membership, and the board of directors there for their achievement. And I know they have a tremendous event planned for tomorrow and a celebratory time coming this Sunday, which I plan to be in church. Madam Speaker, additionally, I wish to also ensure that I highlight some of the continuous challenges persons may see and say, listen, since you got appointed minister, we hear you kicking up about this and kicking up about that. Madam Speaker, I want to remind the people of the 2nd District and the people of this territory that my vision, my goal has not changed. It continues to be one of singly a Virgin Islands and its people agenda. So, Madam Speaker, while we are here working assiduously and tirelessly to safeguard the lifeblood of our Constitution and the ministerial advancement, Madam Speaker, the people of the 2nd District still remain concerned about some of the issues that I have been speaking about in terms of the roadways, in terms of bush cutting, which I know the ministers, responsible Minister of Finance and Communication and Works, have a plan in place that should be laid out shortly to address those issues, Madam Speaker. I know street lights continue to be an issue in terms of security for persons in different areas in my community, so I will continue to share those with the minister responsible. And overall, Madam Speaker, there is a need and a cry for us to just clean up our territory, to just make it more appeasing as we have visitors come back in the tourist season and we take more pride in our territory. Water and sewage, Madam Speaker, those are issues that we will be addressing in the King Garden Bay area. The Bruce Bay Park, Madam Speaker, is the Bruce Bay restroom facility and treatment plant that is well on the way. The works are being done and completed very well. We are looking to have the Minister of Health work along the deadlines for the reopening of the King Garden Bay Community Center, as well as the Bruce Bay Community Center to have works started. But Madam Speaker, we are focused on achieving and sustaining what we have, which is our rights to continue to self-govern and our rights to continue to build. So I am just continuing to letting the people know that while we are dealing with the issues related to the recommendations of the COI report, it is important that I will not lose sight of the most important feature of all, which is the people of the territory and their concerns. Madam Speaker, I also want to quickly reference and refer to the persons within the territory, but more so within my district, who have lost loved ones, and I want to extend condolences to each and every family. My prayers continue to be with them, but there are a lot of persons, Madam Speaker. I heard the member for the third speak about persons with illnesses and mental illnesses, Madam Speaker, but a lot of our seniors, Madam Speaker, are starting to deal with the early onset of Alzheimer's and dementia. And I want to ensure, Madam Speaker, that people within a community, I know social development and the Association of Alzheimer's Association, Madam Speaker, and even through the Ministry of Health, are working to try to continue to educate the public and educate the families and those who are going through this difficult challenge, Madam Speaker. It is important that we keep them in our prayers and try to keep the memories that they would have had. There are a number of persons within my community, Madam Speaker, who have to have persons living with them to take care of their elder mother and or father who are battling this terrible disease. And Madam Speaker, I continue to extend my my sympathies and my concern for their continued well-being. Madam Speaker, additionally, we have some meetings, as the Premier has stated. We've been, I think the 10th meeting would have been last night. We have meetings we have meetings set for tomorrow in Just Van Dyke at 12 to 2 p.m. And then on next week, within the Second District community, we have two meetings, I believe. The first is going to be in King Gardabe on the 20th, and then the mayor's meeting will be scheduled shortly after that. So I'm encouraging all persons within my community to please come on out and hear and let your voices be heard as we continue to try to educate you, but more so hear from you. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to end my short contributions just to let my voice be heard to the people, and I am grateful to you for affording me this opportunity, and I look forward to being able to working as we continue in the vineyard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. I do recognize the Deputy Speaker.
Be long, because I know some of us have to run out. So I will short what I have to say, but I'll bring up one topic that I really want to talk about. Madam Speaker, after the COI and the recommendations came, it's like the country went to a halt. A lot of stuff had to get changed and things had to do over and what's not. But my main thing I want to talk about today is education. We have a lot of students after school who were dependent on government for grants to complete their education. And those things are on hold. That's a very serious situation, Madam Speaker. Because what happened now is that those kids, those children, need funding. Some parents do not have the funding, and government cannot give the funding. So it's a serious problem. I noticed my other colleague had to run, so I'm going to cut it short. But I wanted to bring it up so that at least the Premier have an idea about it, so he could address it as well. Because the same way we turned around and we did something for the elderly to continue getting that support while we are going through a change, we should do the same thing for the kids who are away to school, because we cannot leave them stranded. The youth is our future. With that, I'll cut off. I'll have to convene another time because I see that we're running out of time. So, Madam Speaker, I'll cut it off at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, we've had an interesting day today, perhaps unprecedented, that we've had one item on the order paper. That item was withdrawn, and then we had a debate on the withdrawn item that lasted several hours. And of course, We've come to the end of this House session, but we plan to be back on Tuesday to debate the COI report, and then the following Thursday, where we have very important matters to discuss. So perhaps some of the comments I would like to make, of course, directed at the district and other matters, perhaps we'll just hold off until next week. But of course, I am the District 7 representative, and I certainly want to give my thanks and appreciation to the people of the 7th District for allowing me to be able to represent them. I want to give condolences to all those persons in the 7th District, the 8th District, and beyond throughout the whole Virgin Islands who have lost loved ones. My thoughts and prayers are with you and your families. And of course, we are working on behalf of you, the people. And certainly while we face difficult times in these Virgin Islands, we have what it takes to get through this difficult period, and we have what it takes to thrive and prosper, because we Virgin Islands people are strong people. We're people of faith, and we thank God that we have yet another opportunity to get things right and to serve our people. So having said that, Madam Speaker, let me show also appreciation for you for the way that you have conducted yourself since assuming your post. I want to show appreciation to the clerk and deputy clerk and entire House of Assembly staff who have worked so hard to facilitate us. And I know we have hard work to do over the next few weeks and months. I'm confident we'll be able to do what we need to do on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I move, I'm sorry, I have to wait on you, right? Having said that, Madam Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House sine die.
Thank you. A motion has been moved and seconded for this House to be adjourned sine die. This House is now, I'm sorry, those in favor? Those against? The motion is passed. This House is adjourned sine die.